concerning an IMEI number, that is, and that's an international mobile equipment identity. So this is like the phone's fingerprint, you see. So beyond tax compliance, it can be used to tracking your location. It can also tap into your calls, your SMSs, and even voice messages. So basically, you guys you can prepare for unlawful surveillance because the data processors includes government agencies. And you know, government agencies are also agencies where the government has shareholding there. So I don't even need to elaborate on it. So you already know the government agency that will be sharing your data already. And in this case, we can see that it's just unlawful surveillance of Kenyans, and also a breach of their data protection rights is provided under the Data Protection Act. That is Section 25, if you can read it well. And also, these guys can be using these details that they have obtained from your phone, because definitely before you take that phone, there'll be like a screenshot of a contract where you will say, do you decline or do you accept? Once you tap on accept, then you have accepted their terms and conditions on how they're going to be using your data. And this includes them sharing your data with tax agencies like KRA. So in this case, we can brace ourselves for tough times, unwarranted surveillance, but we can definitely challenge it in court. You can't just sneak in these forms of infringing data privacy. That's under Article 31 of the Constitution of Kenya. You can't just sneak that law mlango wa nyuma and think that people will just go well with it and just accept. So they better prepare themselves to have it challenged. Let me just stop there so I can hear you people speak.
All right. Let's have new speakers also joining us. Naona hapa hivi kwenye comment section tumeandikiwa comment na Aguko. Anasema, Pipi, vitu zote unasoma are just decoration, because way IME number, how does this help the government if they are not coming for Mama Mboga na boda boda by monitoring everything that you're doing to including transactions, man? You know, if they are pinging your I don't know what could be the risk, but I would like to hear from also people who have done your data security. Chalo, if they have your IME number, see, they just have your phone. And that, I think that is the number also the DCI ask for when they want to track your phone.
They have your phone and they know where you are. So those Subarus can pull up anytime. They can pull up, they'll be like, pull up. Unapata pali uko. They can also know what you took the day before. They can also know where you frequently go, whether it's a restaurant, it's a lounge. They just know the M-Pesa till, everything that you've been doing. So they can prepare how you set the scene for the crime. They prepare you properly. So ukienda hapo to your ordinary local, thinking it's just a normal day, these guys have set up everything. You see the way Gachagua was saying that people sneaked into his room when he was in Kisumu and tried to poison him. Something like that. They know everything about you. And I believe it's about time we start telling Kenyans about their data privacy, their data protection, basically. And the people that are listening, I want them to know that your personal data protection is very important, okay? Because at times it can even lead to your identity theft. And it can be used that can have serious consequences. It can be used even in bank transactions. Yeah? So we have financial fraud. Utajipata tu hapo umefunguliwa mashtaka, and you're not the one who was doing the fraudulent schemes. It's somebody who hacked into your account, used your data, and proceeded to commit a crime. It can also damage your reputation, and it can get you fired from your job. So those are the very major reasons that why personal data protection is very important. like a case that I've dealt with, it's a constitutional petition. What we did, there's this company, I'm not going to disclose it. They took a picture of a boda boda guy, okay? And when they took that picture of that boda boda guy, they put up a posters everywhere, advertising their own agency. So the boda boda guy was surprised that his picture was being used as advertisement. So that was a breach of his, basically, it touched on his personality, okay? So we went to court to file a constitutional petition, and yeah, it was found that they had used his data, his photo of his image unlawfully, and he was paid handsomely. All I can say, he was paid handsomely. So these are the many cases that people can use your data for their own benefit, okay? So in Kenya, we usually have the principles of data protection. Those are just the basic needs that you need to know as a Kenyan citizen. That includes accountability, transparency, integrity, and the most important is confidentiality, okay? The other one is just accuracy, lawfulness, fairness, and transparency. You can imagine Article 50 of the Constitution, which provides that evidence that has been obtained unlawfully shall not be used in a court of law. And you are, for those who are following up in Gachagwa's impeachment, the issue of evidence and how it was obtained was also raised. So those are the basic principles of data protection. So you need to understand also what personal data is, okay? So personal data is basically any information that can be used to identify you. PIPITA, it can also be used to identify anyone on any information that has the capability to identify a natural person. And also it's classified, we also have sensitive personal data. This is basically your health status, biometric data, marital status, hizo vitu. Personal data ni name, phone number, birth certificate, and location. So that is what the IMEI is going to be disclosing, it's going to have. And you yourself, in law, we call you Pipita. Instead of calling you Pipita, we call you a data subject. You're the person who has been identified by being a subject of personal data, okay? And most of the times, you people don't understand how you give out data. You give out your data when you're making payments, whether it's via Visa card, whether you're just paying M-Pesa. You can also give out your data when you're registering a case, like in the Kenyan judiciary. You give out your details there. Whenever you're accessing buildings, you remember that kabook unaandikanga ukiingia kwa parking lot, unaandika details zako, okay? When you're signing up for online services, when you're filling out a form online, when you're basically applying for a job online, even when you're using social media, online shopping, the same thing. So those are the various ways that you give out your data. Now, there's something else we need to understand. These government agencies, the data processors, like Safaricom, they might end up giving out your data based on this current policy that has been employed. Okay? Yeah, so those are just the basics of you understanding data protection in a country like Kenya. Let me just stop there.
Oh. Unanipandisha uoga mzee.
No, it's okay. It's okay. We'll handle them. We'll handle them like we've been handling the others. So in your face forward, don't be afraid.
The question is going to be a personal phone or mine with the government, surely, because this is like you're going to be holding this phone for two people. Serikali yao.
When you post Ruto must go, when you say I won't vote for Ruto, they might even know. When you say GPIA, they will know.
Mm-hmm.
When you say
nikifungua home run pipi na wao hapo anguka nayo.
Wataanguka na wewe hapo, watakuwa kama watu kaa 10. na masubaru 4, but watakuweka kwa boot.
Niko deadly. Very deadly. Wacha tusikie wengine wakuje pia kwa mic watuongeleshe, because the microphone and talk to us. Today we are here trying to catch up on the IME, the confirmation by Communication Authority of Kenya that starting next week the IME number, that is the number of your simu ukinunua, it has to be registered for tax compliance. Nakwambia target ya tax ndo wanasema tumefika 90%. So they have decided wameamua ni hivyo. I'd like to hear from other speakers as well. What do you think? Kwamba IME number yako iko inachukuliwa before you get your phone, and from what they're saying is they just want to know if it's compliant. But do you know if they're actually selling your data or what? Starlink hauna maoni kwa hiyo? Haya.
Inatumia simu ya majuu
Oh.
sana, like haitani affect.
Wakili, wacha wakati bado uko hapa, let me engage you on this. Ume bring up Gachagua na hizi vitu za nani, but there are people who are showing up dead. Isli kuna hiyo story yenye mpaka sasa watu wameenda kutembea eh. Ruto's lawyer withdraw from President William Ruto's lawyers have dropped out of the ongoing case touching on former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's impeachment. What does that mean, Chalo? Mina just soma lo.
You know, the lawyers for the respondents, the people who want to Rigathi impeached, they cooked themselves. They had an affidavit sworn by the president, and the president was admitted as a sixth respondent in the matter. And you know, as per the law, the president cannot be sued or sued. He has immunity. So those lawyers, it's like they weren't even consider it. They didn't even consider the law. You can imagine your own president being grilled, cross-examined, like Mutuse by Elisha Ongoya.
Mr. Ruto, what did you say?
Your own president will be asked whether he's a reasonable man.
Are you a lawyer? Are you?
Hivyo vile atauliza. So that guy, wako na kimeumana, and this case might take long, even 3 years at most, where Gachagua will still remain as the DP. Kama kutoka tu polepole ndio watoe the burden. Right now, as we speak, they are challenging the judges. Basically, they are putting an application for recusal, which basically means whenever there is a situation that the judge will not deliver an impartial decision with lack of that has nothing to do with bias, that judge, on application of either the advocate or on his own volition, can remove himself from adjudicating on the matter. In this case, Gachagua's lawyers have decided to do the unthinkable, and that is wameguza Mrima. They are attacking Mrima, Justice Mrima, and they are employing his relationship, drawing from the relationship he has with the fourth respondent. Is it the fourth or fifth respondent, which is the Speaker of the Senate, Amason Kingi, who are longtime friends, and they are pulling out the kalatas. They are pulling out the evidence. There is photographic evidence, and you know, in law, we are usually taught based on these old English case laws. And we, back in the day, the late Justice D.S. Majanja ruled on a similar issue in it was a case of Rachuonyo Advocates versus the National Bank of Kenya. Justice Majanja basically drew from a case that was done in another judge who had a similar controversy. You know, former Justice Philip K. Tunoi, the one who was
Yes.
being, yeah, Philip Tunoi versus Judicial Service Commission. So what Justice Majanja drew from, he stated he adopted the test for recusal, which includes that the question is whether the fair-minded or informed observer, that is you and me, the ordinary person, the mamamboga or boda boda, having considered the facts, the photographs, the messages, would conclude that there is a real possibility that the tribunal was biased. This was the same position that was adopted even in the Supreme Court way back by when Chief Justice William Tunga was the CJ. So basically, the court is supposed to address its mind to the question as to whether a reasonable or fair-minded man sitting in court, knowing all the relevant facts, those photos that I'm talking about, would have a reasonable suspicion. Suspicion is the word, that a fair trial for the applicant was not possible. In this case, the applicant is Gachagua. That Gachagua cannot get a fair trial in the current bench. So if the answer is in the affirmative, that is yes, disqualification is inevitable. Those lawyers came prepared and wameguza Mrima. So Justice Mrima is about to rule on that application. As for the time being, you guys, your deputy president remains to be Rigathi Gachagua. And for the time being, I don't even know whether you have an internal cabinet secretary for interior. I don't even know. So to that extent, that is what is happening. That is where we are. Do you have any other question?
Not really. Let me let the ladies talk so that you can also take some water. Sony, mini ko in shock kwanza najishika kwanza kichwa. How are you doing, Sony? Unmute your mic, Sony, if you can hear me. All right, Miss Mreu, how are you doing?
Cheers, Pipita. And
Hi, cheers.
yeah, so on this issue to do with phones, I think wanarudisha finance bill pole pole. They are keeping us busy while they are doing other things. And I think personally, I don't live in Kenya, but I think so I'm done with Safaricom and all that. So because it's so tiring, every day there is something coming up. Leonie, that thing to do with phone. The next day is something. I think it's high time. Na tunashinda tukisema kila siku, let's do something. I'll just drop. I don't have much to say, but I'm thinking hizo vitu zote zenye zilikuwa kwa finance bill zina come one by one, like through the back door. Cheers.
Cheers to you, Ms. Mreu. I also wanted to point out that Bill Gates has been indicted yesterday in Netherlands. And also yesterday, the government of our beloved Kenya decided to grant them immunity in this country. What could possibly go wrong? You know, like sasa wow, wakikuwa hapo hivyo na international protection. I don't know if you can talk to us about that, Bwana Chalo.
Yeah, so even though there be even what we call diplomatic immunity, you can still sue that the companies that are associated with them. You can use the petition that was filed by the people in the US, the people in the Netherlands, and the people in Japan. So yes, the person, in law, there's something called, we have legal personality and a different type of, different type of personality where it touches on the person and it doesn't touch on the company. So in this case, if there are companies that are related to Bill Gates, we can just file a case against those companies. It doesn't matter. We can file a petition against those companies. If they want to introduce GMOs, if they want to introduce harmful vaccines, we file a case. We have them fined, or we can just have them shut down. Okay. So the diplomatic immunity that is applying will just apply to Bill Gates and his Wazungu friends. At the end of the day, they must know that they cannot use their power or their financial muscle to try and pull an economic attack or a health attack on the Kenyan people. So you can still file cases on companies that are related to them. Yeah.
All right. I don't know if Sonny can hear us. Sonny. Anaitwa Pauline. Because Sonny at party. Refresh the microphone, ladies and gentlemen. This is Homeland PP. Today we are asking, what are your thoughts on KRA having access to your IME number every time you buy a new phone starting November 1st? I'd like to hear opinion. Request the microphone and talk to me. I don't know if nani yako wapi. Nimempeleka mbele ndo arudi nyuma. Request the microphone again, Sonny, if you can hear me.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pipi.
Asante sana kwa kutune in. I'd like to hear your opinion today, this beautiful Thursday, of course. Kwa hii maneno yote happened in the legal world, watu wanafanywa extrajudicial killing or something like of the sort. Hiyo juzi tu bado Francis Gaither was arrested. You know, right now it looks like he's an annoying man, and now an annoying man was taken off the streets. We should be happy. But leo ni yeye, kesho ni sisi ndio tutakuwa tunakuliwa. Ask Moitangula, he will tell you. Leo ni wewe, kesho ni mimi. Ask me, Sonny unakuwa kwenye mic. Sonny, are you there? Allah.
Yes, I'm here.
Karibu. Kwaje?
Niko poa. How is everyone?
Niko salama. Hao wengine
Uko salama. Hawajuli. Sasa mimi nimepata wakili akiongea na sijui kama ataweza rudia hiyo kitu yenye amesema ati sim card tunafaa kufanya nini. I may, and I hear him say it's starting next week. Pipita?
Yes. So this is what
Sijui
happened.
Kama wakili anaweza rudia. I just came in.
Yeah, nimekusikia na nasema this is what happened. Ni Communication Authority ndio imetoa hiyo order. I don't know if you are there, Bwana Chalo.
Yeah, talk to me. What's up?
Alikuwa anasema eti you repeat what you said about IME numbers. Namwambia it will
Chalo.
be about collection of
Chalo.
data.
Bring me to speed.
The IME, that is IME.
In the meantime, naona kama Chalo sijui ni kusikia ski ama sijui kumeenda aje.
I think wewe uko na shida.
Mahali mnaona hizo kios ziko.
I think we need to reconnect with Miss Murray. No, not Miss Murray, Sonny. Ingudi. Just a minute, Chalo. Let's hear from Ingudi, then we'll continue there when Sonny is back as well. Ingudi. Jambo Ingudi, how are you doing? Allah. Ingudi ameenda pia hizo ni zinaitwa laptop yake nani. We know the agents of laptops vile mnafanyiwa.
This is Home Run with Pipi.
Kuingia kwa Home Run, ladies and gentlemen, you are tuned in. We happen here each and every weekday from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. Yeah, your time. Now I'm seeing that the guy that I was expecting to come onto the mic, Bwana Ingudi Juma, is bado uko kwenye list na panel. Hata yuko wamempeleka wapi na mute button. Yes, so Ingudi has left, but Sonny, what specific question you had about Chalo? Because this particular story, a Communication Authority, you can read it on their site right now. So what part of what Chalo said did you not understand?
No, I will read it. I was just checking, but ni kushtuka nimeshtuka. ati tutafanyiwa ile kitu ni sawa tu, ile tutawacha tugoje, and it's starting next week from what I had Chalo say. But anyway, my point was, I'm in Isili, where the whole riots are happening today, and to my surprise and to your surprise, people, Isili is not in Kenya. Yani watu wana riot and they remove the Somali flags. That is what wanaonyesha kwa nini, wanaonyesha makarao, the Somali flag, and they have so many of them until at some point I was wondering niko wapi. Yani tuliuza Kenya, we sold part of Kenya in the form of Isili, the same way we are selling part of Kenya in JKIA and everywhere else. The government is selling JKIA, the people are selling their parcels in Isili to the Somalis until right now, Somalis in Kenya, my friends. That is what you people need to know.
All right, that is I saw that crowd bwana. Isili kumbe mnakuwa mmeja. I'll try to go to Isili one day. Sijaifika huko. Ingodi.
Tuko wengi and yani una imagine you're in another people's country, and then when the policemen came, ile flag tunatoa na si moja. You imagine venye tuko tunafanya maandamano ya Gen Z alafu watu wanatoa flag za Kenya. So initially tunatoa flag za Somali na ni flag mingi na watu ni wengi. Tumeshauza sisi wenyewe tu wenye the people who had the
let me expound on that. Maybe she needs
Just a minute, okay. Just a minute, and then you come in. Tony, land for a minute. Sonny, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So, we'll land your point in a minute, then Rani atengi. I don't like people unmuting when others are speaking on home run. Continue.
Nimeshasema gava iliuza na the people who had land in Isili sold. Until now it has changed from being Kenya to a Somali. I think in future we will have an Isili president. These people are many. Shtukeni pamoja na mimi. That is it.
Thank you, Sonny, for that submission. Of course, I don't understand why people show up with the flags of different countries, or but we are speaking of of being accepting of people. Yeah, but now we have to ask ourselves: are they real Kenyans, or are they people of Somali or descent? That's why they're using that flag. And what does that message mean when they are sending? What message are they sending to the police? Maybe naona wakili alikuwa anajaribu kujump in, and then I can hear from Ingudi Juma, of course. Chalo, unmute.
I wanted to tell her that a substantial amount of people that reside in that area are not of Kenyan descent. A good amount of them, they are not Kenyan Somalis. They even tell you there once they go there.
Okay. Mi nitakuja kujaribu kwenda huko nione. Mi nakwanga kaoga ka Nairobi. Ingudi, habari?
Buda boss, mambo vipi?
Fresh kabisa, nakupata vizuri sasa.
So ni kama they want to see how much we are earning through wakati unafanyia mtu shughuli afu ambia tuma kwa M-Pesa, sio?
Naona ni kama huo ndo mpango, kwa sababu nini nyingine inaweza kuwa inafanya hivyo?
Well, I think that's an opportunity for other technologies to come in. Unakumbuka kitu ilikuwa inaitwa Pesa Point?
Yeah.
You remember it?
Maybe tell us, sisi ni watoto wa juzi baba. Wengine hapa.
Pesa Point used to be like an ATM, but an ATM that can link to any bank. Now, at that time, it can only be used for withdrawal. As in, ukienda an ATM, you can withdraw from any bank. Hata kama hiyo bank iko mbali ama hiyo ATM ya hiyo bank haifanyi kazi, you can withdraw using Pesa Point. So I'm looking at a situation whereby somebody reintroduces that thing, whereby you can even deposit money through Pesa Point into your own bank account. And mtu akiinvest vizuri, you can actually bypass M-Pesa, so that if you have cash, you just deposit into that Pesa Point thing. It links directly to your bank account, and you circumvent M-Pesa. It's, you normally say wherever there's a problem, there's an opportunity to make money from that problem. Plain and simple. Or you cannot, somebody can start biashara, he has an M-Pesa number that he uses to link to bank accounts through mobile banking. Unampa kitu kidogo, then anasukuma through his M-Pesa to your bank. Plain and simple. Ni opportunity for people to make money. Because where somebody is complaining, another person is looking, how do I monetize this? If you look at any issue with how do I benefit this, that's how you become a millionaire within a very short time. Understand a problem, look for loopholes, and find a way of going around it. Plain and simple. By the time gava inashtuka, ushatengeza zako. So this is an opportunity for people to sit down and come up with ways of going around this situation. Ni hayo tu mheshimiwa.
Asante sana Ngudi Juma for that engagement. Naona Justice for All ako hapa hivi. How are you doing, Justice?
I'm doing good, my brother. Just bombarded with lots of information from across the country and across the globe. So it's a lot to decipher and to come to terms with. One of key interest is what you've written there about the IMA and Kerry. I don't know how legal that is, so I'll probably let the Chalo speak to it, because I think legally speaking, with the data protection and everything, I don't know how they're supposed to, unless it's it's a security issue that they should be able to track you. I don't know how legally that is allowed by any chance. As a student of data protection, I find that this is something that needs to be a little bit more mystified for us to understand, because it's a little confusing in that context. Of course, we get to the kidnapping and surveillance and all that. The point that Sonny spoke to, having been a victim of negative immigration sentiments, I'm a little bit concerned by the labeling that is Silicio Kenya. And let me tell you where I'm coming from. And again, it's for purposes of seeking information, but also for purpose of discussion. That the people that are in Sling, they're either there because they're our, Somali Kenyans, just like a Kikuyu Kenyan, a Kisii Kenyan, a Kuria Kenyan, but they probably seem to have concentrated in that area, though a statement has been made that those are not Kenyans, they are just Somali, they're not Kenyans. Then the question that comes into play is whether is that their problem or the problem of our immigration system? How do they get to the country? How do we have somebody get into the country and then the system hasn't perfected a way of trying to vet the people that are within our borders for the sake of our own sovereignty and security? So one of the challenges I have, and Sonia, I don't know you, but I'm just talking that of love and due respect. One of the challenges I have is the blanket condemnation of people of a certain ethnic descent, without necessarily being cognizant that that can be used into some level of discrimination, whereby if you see anybody who is a Somali kind of descent, then is condemned to be non-Kenyan, because we have Kenyan, Somalis. I use the phrase sometimes loosely, brothers and sisters. Then how do we blanket them together just because you're in Italy? Then that's not Kenya. What does that portend to our unity and our ethnic diversity? So that's probably two areas that I would probably seek to learn from in terms of the legality of the IMI, and then of course the issue of the ethical and legality of our statement about the Somalian Kenyans. Yep.
Justice.
Niko hapa na wewe Soni.
Oh, I'm the one who said that. Why would someone come to the police with a Somali flag if they truly believe that they're Kenyans? Me, I have lived in Italy for almost all my life, and have interacted with the Kenyan Somalis. I've interacted with the Somalis. So I know there are so many of them who are Kenyans by birth, but maybe their parents are from Somali. But the thing that irritated me most is when the police come to them to try and keep peace, they show the Somali flag, and not one, so many of them. That is what really irritated me, and I felt like these people do not even value the place that they are at, simply because maybe they're not Kenyans, or they could be Kenyans with the Somali roots. That is why I say that.
Can you owe allegiance to more than one country?
Yes, you can. But the question is, why would someone in Kenya, these are Kenyan police, show another country's flag when the Kenyan police are going to him to just try and manage the situation? I didn't find it right. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I didn't find it right.
It's not just you. It's not just you. This is all of us. I'm not actually. By the way, I'm not even pinning down to you. I'm just using you as your statement as a point of discussion.
Yeah.
But it's not just you. It's more of like the perception we have. What you should be questioning is not the people that we perceive not to be Kenyans. Is about our system. What system do we have to identify if these people are not Kenyans? So I think what is more critical here is, let me tell you, I've lived outside the country somewhere else where there's such kind of narrative and discrimination. And the blanket condemnation sometimes brings jitters, and unafika mahali where you can't even buy things because sasa you are being called you are illegal, and yet you are not necessarily that part of it, but everybody else gets condemned. The city where I live has the second highest population of the Somalis in that country where I am. And they actually have the entire section of they have a mall. I can tell you what it is. They have everything. But the challenge we have is where when the system fails, then the system pits people against people. Unaona sasa kama mimi na wewe tunaona pale Isli pale sasa sio Kenya, ni Somali, ni imekuwa hivi. But then we go back into our immigration system. How did we get here? Who is supposed to be helping us to understand this whole, system? Sio kama unanielewa. So it's kind of it's not a problem in our country alone. It happens everywhere. But then the challenge you have is that how do you distinguish between your own genuine Somali brothers and sisters to those who are coming in using that scheme and they're there illegally? So then you get confused, then you don't have border security, then we get attacked in the Westgate because hatujajua jinsi ya deal with the situation. So that's what I'm trying to arrive at, that at some point we need to have this conversation. I'm sure this is not the conversation for today, but at some point we need to ask ourselves, who do you blame? If Kenya is a better place and the border is easy for me to cross, nikuje ndani, and then Eastleigh is my safer place to survive, and I was from Somali, oh please, I'll walk in. So do you blame me for looking for a better place and a better opportunity? That's the question. That's the challenge I always struggle with.
It is our failed government that we need to blame, because I've told you, I've stayed in Italy for almost all my life. And you find someone comes to Italy today not knowing one word in Kiswahili, not knowing one word in English. The next moment they are Kenyans, they have settled, they have IDs without a birth certificate, without nothing, but they get IDs. So it's our government to blame.
Exactly my point. Back to you, people, so it doesn't become a podcast one-on-one between me and Sony. But I just wanted to bring the perspective that this is an issue that cannot be a blanket condemnation. It's an issue that needs to be looked at, like, how did we get here? Go to Nyayo House.
Yeah. What about Nyayo House?
Nimesema Nyayo House, where there's a section of people who carry the. I'm sorry, let me not go in there because that could look like conspiracy theories. My point is that there's a systemic problem as opposed to us labeling easily, which I like going there because of buying things, honestly. But I can tell you, it's a mess, but it's not a mess of the people that live there. That's why I've never had a problem with the people who live there. It's a mess of our government, not a mess of the people who live there. Because they only go there because it's easier to be able to be hidden and concealed. We even had like somebody who was alikuwa anatafutwa, he was a prime minister in Somalia, and he was living in Italy for years and nobody knew. I wish I can look for that story and send it to you, Pipi. So this has nothing to do with the people who live there. It has everything to do with our system. And the sooner we realize, okay. Alafu ulisikia wakati mmoja the current minister for I think environment Naita Duale alisema, why you striking your own people here in Eastleigh? Why can't you go to and strike in Machakos? Do you remember the time of terrorist thing? And then he made such inflammatory statement that go and strike in Machakos. There was he made an actual specific to msianza kupigana hapa during the time we were combating Shabab. So this is a complicated situation that needs to be explored with level of sobriety, precision in terms of accuracy of information, but also with understanding that let's not blanket everybody as if they're all illegal, because then that loses the meaning of us having some, our Muslim brothers and sisters, because then we think every Somali and all that. It's just all the stereotypes gets complicated. It's convolution of the whole thing. But thank you, Sonny, for engaging me on that, and I dearly appreciate that. PP.
Okay, thank you, Justice for All and Sony. Of course, that conversation is very important to have, and of course, as you're talking about hapa si kwetu, kumbuka most of the people also on this show do not stay in this country. Wanna work from other countries, and of course, you can have dual citizenship. I was just checking my constitution here, and I can confirm that you can have dual citizenship. So I don't know how deep that allegiance pledge goes, and of course, how legal the immigration has been done. And as of course, we cannot comment on that directly unless we have tangible evidence. But yes, yeah, Bendera is quite concerning. I don't know the meaning, so we cannot. I have not seen the video myself, so I cannot judge. Luka Matoke, habari yako? Luka, can you hear me? Unmute your mic if you can. Ala. Luka, Malia Davis, habari ya leo?
Mzuri vipi? Habari
Niko
yako?
salama, nashukuru.
Okay.
Yeah. Tunapambana.
So, that's good. All Kenyans tuko kwa hiyo boat. So about the IMEI numbers and the taxation, I think they are trying to tax the people who are distributing mobile phones and the people who are assembling, because these people, most of the phones, like for example iPhones come a lot from outside the country, and then they're just assembled. Like you can have your person who is out of the country and they send when it's not assembled, then it's brought to you, or you take it where it can be assembled. So there is a syndicate there whereby they don't pay tax. They don't pay tax for the distribution, for the assembly. So I guess those are the people who are being targeted. It can be a good thing, because then if somebody steals your phone, it can be shut down, isn't it? You go and report, and when you report it to your service provider, they shut it down, isn't it? So it's not necessarily a bad thing. If it is about the issue of monitoring payments, okay, if you don't have a till number or a pay bill, you can still circumvent the phone issue by telling your customers to pay. What people normally do, who don't want to go into the tills and the pay bill numbers, they have some of them have access direct to account. So when you're making the payment, you pay directly to a bank account, you see. So it's not a must that you know the person, it will be in the pay bill, and then as they're going to, or the till number, and then as they are withdrawing, they'll pay some tax. There are some which go direct, but then there are some other people who use withdrawal, whereby you come as a customer, I give you an agent number where you can withdraw the money, then, or rather where you can send the money, where you mean withdrawing. So you give me your ID number. So I go with your ID number. Probably it's an agent who is just nearby. So I go with your ID number. I put the ID number, and the money I'm given cash. Okay. So there are so many ways of circumventing those kinds of things, but I guess when it comes to privacy, our privacy already, we don't really have any privacy when it comes to these phones that we are having. But probably it will be easier now to raid people's phones for intelligence and all that, all those purposes. The issue of the Somali question, this is a question which is a worldwide question. It's not only, particularly in the West, it's not just a Kenyan problem. It's a problem in all capitalistic societies, because in a capitalist society, you can get whatever you want if you have the money. So the Somalis, because they work together, they have that trust which us indigenous Kenyans, we may not be having, and they come together, they pull their money together, they buy out, and that's what they do even in Europe. They come, they buy out one house or one property, then they move like that until they own the entire space. That's what they do. And like in Europe, it had gotten to a point whereby the areas which they own, particularly the commercial areas, a white woman could not walk comfortably there, because they expect you to dress in certain, the Muslim garb for women. And if you don't dress like that, they harass you and they even throw you out. You can't even go into their shops. And that is in the West, not here in Kenya, in the West. So these people, they are committed to their faith, and they are committed to their personal growth. They are focused. Their women are having 7 to 9 children. Average is like 7 to 9 children is the average for a Somali woman. So their population is growing, and it's growing, and soon they can even have the numbers to front a president. That is the fact. But Kenya being a capitalistic society, you can buy your way through. You don't need, in your house, there is Somali people who are, members of staff of the immigration department who speak Somali, so that if you don't speak Kiswahili or English, you can be able to talk to that Somali person who is hired there, and he can sort you out. So even the issue of having a birth certificate, it's neither here nor there. You can buy. Those are things that you can buy your way. This is Kenya, whereby money is what, and I've seen so many people, forget even about Somalis. There are so many people who, like usually on an election, they want many people to have IDs and vote. You just need to pay a bride. You don't need a birth certificate. The children, these street children, they get those ID cards without any birth certificate, or even anyone to front for them that they know them. So that is the situation we are in, and there's nothing we can do about it. These guys are capturing everything. If you go to town now, CBD, you find that the restaurants, all the big restaurants belong to them. I saw the other day where Nairobi City Council officer was trying to tell a club which was making a lot of noise in the middle of the night to put off the music. And the club is owned by a Somali called Lukman. So these guys, they're just exploiting first of all, they're exploiting our consumerism, because most indigenous Black people, they are consumers. So they're exploiting the consumerism in us. So that's why they build, somebody here said they like going to shop there. So they come up with the big restaurants, the nice restaurants, and who else goes there? It's not Somalis who go there, it's us, the indigenous Kenyans, who go to their restaurants, who go to Isli to do shopping. So they are enriching themselves. They are building residential apartments. If you go to look at the apartments which are being built in Kileleshwa, Kilimani, South B, South C, all those things are being developed by your Somali. Nairobi West, they are being developed by Somalis. So at the end of the day, what will happen is that they'll own, nowadays, I'm telling you, if you go to town, even chemists and those other shops, you find that the person who is attending to you is an indigenous Kenyan, but ukiangalia huko nyuma, you can see I'm Somali. So meaning that they own those chemists and whatnot. So they have just positioned themselves to exploit a capitalistic society. So I don't see why we should start catching feelings that now they put the Somali flag. You see, the fact that you are Kenyan does not mean you cannot put a flag of your indigenous country. For example, if you are from Uganda and you come here, maybe even it's your dad who is the Ugandan and your mom is a Kenyan or something. There is no law that says you can't put up the flag of Uganda or Tanzania. That doesn't mean that you are not loyal to the country. This country is the one which is giving them a customer base. So the thing is that these women who are killed, this thing seems to be, the way I'm seeing, there is something behind it which is not very good, which, because it looks like it is an attack on the community. So you can understand why the community will get exasperated and put their Somali flags out if they don't already put them. So we need to understand the situation before we start looking at it as something which is adversarial, because it's not. Even the buildings that they own, they have their prayer rooms for going to pray, then 5 times when they pray, and they lock their shops on Fridays to go to. So Kenya is like a westernized society whereby we are not in a country like North Korea where people have to follow what the government or the Kenyan way of doing things. No. Here you come, even by the way, you can even open a satanic temple in Kenya if you want. You have that freedom. Yeah. So they are doing their thing, and they want to develop themselves as Somalis so that they can have a big stake. And as you can see, they are really in every sector. They work hard in school. The bursary is enough to educate if you're bright. The bursary in Northeastern is enough to educate you up to university level, even if you want to go abroad to go and study. So you see, they are getting good seats in government. Now they know how the government works and all this. And it's not only them, even Indians in this country, they live in their own certain neighborhoods, and they have their own temples. And at one point during Moi time, they had even their own police who are dealing with them. So I cannot blame them in any way. This is a capitalistic society, and the person who has the money, whether you are a Rwandese, whether you are what, you can build your own estate there, where there is even a temple or a shrine or a mosque, and do your things the way you want to. That's the freedom that we have in Kenya. Whereas in places like China, which is you know, a totalitarian government kind of thing. You cannot build a mosque. You cannot come and buy out property. You cannot, even if you marry a Chinese, you cannot get citizenship. I don't know whether even your children can get citizenship. They may not even be able to get it. So we don't have all those. So let's just accept they have organized themselves very well. They have bought the properties and they're continuing to buy. If you look anywhere, you can see they have a plan of acquiring even all these, as I've told you, all the apartments and whatnot that you are seeing are coming up very quickly. Those things are owned by Somalis. Yeah. So they are strategic and they want protection. Maybe they want their own police force. Like the way the Indians had their own unit in the police to protect them. So maybe that's what they want. Because now what has happened to those ladies and that girl from their community is it's a very bad thing. Can you imagine that happening to anybody, like a particular, and in fact, a community which is rather, you know, not, I can't say not very Kenyan, because there are some Somalis who have never gone to Somalia. They just know Kenya. They were born here and they've never even gone there. So they know Kenya, but they have that fidelity to their country that me, my genes originate from Somaliland. So I have some kind of allegiance to that country. Yeah. And that's the same, by the way, it's not only them, even other Muslims, Arabs, even Jews themselves, you can see how they operate in USA. They live in their own neighborhoods. They wear those traditional hats. They like to wear, they do their things the way they want to do them without any interference, because that's what it means to live in a democratic, you know, society. So I don't see anything wrong with what they're doing. If we feel threatened, I think we should also up our game to be able to compete with them. And the Indians and all other foreigners.
Okay, 1
because
minute.
right now we're having influx of too many foreigners. And anyway, for now, let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Malia, for that submission. I'm seeing Justice for All has a rebuttal. Look, Matoke, you can have to request the microphone and talk to me. Justice for All, what do you have to say? Talk to me.
No, I will let my senior Doe speak. Oh, whatever. I'm sure he's gonna cover whatever I wanted to rebut on, because I'll just Doe, good to see you, buddy. Come on board. Sorry, PP. Let me yield my time to Doe, please.
All right, Doe, hi.
Hi, Pipi. How are you doing?
I am well. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for welcoming me. I think this is my second time being here. It's been more than a year, I think, when I was here last. And thank you, Justice for All. I see now you baptized yourself, Justice for All. That is good. Actually, the only reason I came here,
I
Pipi,
miss
is
you,
just
buddy. On place, I would love you to be contributing on these matters. When I saw you, in fact, if I wasn't to rebut anything, I would have inboxed PP and say, please, can you have Doe say something? Yeah, so good to see you. Go ahead.
Good to you, brother. Good to see you. Actually, the only reason why I came here is about that issue Sonny raised about the flag. The other one with the Somalis taking over and stuff like that, I'll just leave that for another day, because it's a big. We have discussed this in other spaces. I believe just for all you can recall that, and it looks like it now is catching up with us Kenyans, which is very, very correct. I don't know what you guys you can do, but it's a systematic issue, like you guys have mentioned earlier before. The flag issue, anybody can raise the flag wherever they are. But the issue with this specific zone raised is that this is a police officer whose allegiance to the nation of Kenya, raising another country's flag in our soil. I think that is a no. And that is against even the constitution of Kenya. Even another country, you cannot raise a flag if you're a state official of another country. That's very much you're pinning down your country down. That you're basically disowning your own country. So if it is a Somali police officer in Kenya raising a flag a Somali flag in Kenya, then that is a big issue. It's a constitution issue. And just like most of you guys have said, Malia actually had a lot of things, which I don't know how we can go about it, but it is what it is. they have positioned themselves pretty much everywhere, even politically, even last time even the last elections. I'm sorry, people, we are deviating from your initial topic of EMI, KRA, and severity and stuff like that, which I also saw in the news today. I was like, what's going on in Kenya now? We are being, I mean, I don't know what to do with the Kenyan government, but just for all, I can say we are all in. We are partakers of this issue because we are the same people who choose these people in the governmency. So we have kind of played a role somewhere, somehow, even though it's not. Even though sometimes you have always said that our vote counts, but it looks like somehow sometimes it doesn't count, and now we end up being here where money counts. Money is everything in Kenya now. Even if you have money right now, if I had money, I could just organize and have people gone forever. That's how Kenya looks like. That's why we have all these kidnappings. So we have all of this, everything happening in Kenya more than any days before. So I don't know how this can be reverted back to the normalness of Kenya, where we have democracy, where we have security for us. But the utterances from our government or from our officials, politicians, even the church, I mean, all leaders from all angles, it's quite worrying, and it's something that we need to question ourselves and take actions and stand up for our country if we truly love our country. Unless it's something else, then I think we are heading somewhere else. The talks start slowly, then they finally find themselves home. Now we're hearing about 7-year term. Soon we're gonna hear forever term. I don't know. So people, let me just give that to you. But that issue of FAG, that's why I came up here. I'll just keep on
Can I take
listening.
30 seconds of Do's time? So Do, check in with PP whenever he has space. I know it's usually not easy, but again, we would love to hear from you more about you hosting the highest number of Somalis in your city in the US. Of course, we are the second, and then Oklahoma the third. But also, maybe we can chat on the side on that. But 2 years later, I'm glad to connect with you. Thank you for the work you do, and Mungu akubariki sana. Let's do the work. PP does an excellent job. Please check with him. Check with him.
Sure. Sure, I will. And that Somali issue, you know very well what happened in South Africa.
No.
I hope it doesn't happen in Kenya and then either in any other countries, because you know what happens, especially with your supply chain and stuff like that. That's why they kill us. That's why they kill our businesses. If we realign ourselves, then we are in a better position. Otherwise, we are not going to be winning this war at all. That's what I can say.
Thanks, Do. Back to you, PP. Sorry, I had to yield my time to Do because I haven't heard from him for a while, and I know what he's been doing behind the scenes. So we will talk.
Thank you so much, Do. And that submission by Do gets us to 6 p.m. Of course, we let Home Run with PP become a flexible show because of such comments. They get you, and of course, people have to chime in. You cannot jump and stay on topic. Thanks so much for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen.
This is Home Run with PP.
It is 6 p.m. East African time, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to Home Run with PP. It has been quite a week, of course. If you have been following, we've been up and down. Home Run with PP is supported by you, the listener. If you like what I'm doing, there is a tip jar line there to support. And of course, thank you so much, Do, for coming to the show. Don't disappear again for 2 years, where we always have conversations every weekday from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African time. Hapa kama kesho bado tutakuwa hapa. I say Luka Watoke is back on air. Sasa hivi nadhani unaweza nipata Luka.
Hello, habari ya jioni.
Njema kabisa ndugu yangu, na wewe?
Mimi niko poa.
Yeah,
it's been a long week, you know. Watu wanakimbia kotini here and there. But the good thing is that our country, at least at some point, we follow the law. So that is one thing I'm very happy. And you know, sisi wa Kenya tunakuanga na bahati sana. If Kibaki had not gotten into power, then hey, and these two guys, the former regime and the current regime, were to find us with the other constitution, haki tungekuwa tunalia zaidi ya Uganda. That's a fact. That's a real factor that tungekuwa tunalia zaidi ya Uganda, but somehow God saved us and akaweka Kibaki hapo katikati and we changed the law, so it's difficult for these guys to be doing whatever they feel like doing. So ningeanza kuongelelea about this issue of IMEI and KRA. You know, there's a worrying trend. It's worrying me. I don't know if the rest of you are worried. Why is the current regime so busy with amassing wealth as well as collecting a lot of information and power? It's a worrying trend, and when countries do that, like they amass a lot of power, when they collect a lot of information, when they amass a lot of wealth, normally those countries, things don't go well. Because that is what is happening in China, that is what is happening in North Korea. Do we want this to go the same routes in our country? It's a worrying trend, and I hope they don't continue, you know, collecting more information. It's worrying. Now to the next issue of our Somali brothers and sisters. I think we should welcome them into our community, into our neighborhoods. They are just our brothers and sisters. They happen to come from another region or outside the country. They're not the only ones that we have around. We have many people from Rwanda. They are here, they are doing business. And we have many people from South Sudan. Many are living in our neighborhoods. When I was working as a delivery agent, I remember delivering a lot to these communities, and I can say most are good people. So we should not be worried about that, because even us, we have Kenyans out there. You can find a lot of Kenyans in places like in Minnesota. You can find Kenyans in Texas. So I don't see any reason if you find a Kenyan there with our flag, I don't see any reason why it should be a worrying trend. Where we should be having an issue is if they decide to raise the flag, like they go to a chief's camp and you find them raising the flag up, you know, a flag that is not Kenyan, then I think that is where it should become a problem. Because even as the people out there, the people living in, let's say, in London, they don't raise a flag in official residences in official buildings. As if you find them raising the Kenyan flag, I think that is really disrespect to the country where you are. So if they're doing that, I think it is wrong. They should stop that, because the few, if maybe one or two are doing that, they should be told to stop or be reported to, you know, to the authorities. Because this is now will be an excuse that a larger of the population be using to, you know, start attacking them. And we don't want to go in that route, because, you know, it's not their choice that their country, things are not okay compared to our country. It's not their choice. It's just that they had bad leadership back in the day, and that ended up, you know, putting their country in the state they are in. And who knows? What if even ourselves, we go in that direction and, you know, we have bad leadership, we might find ourselves moving to living in their neighborhoods, in their countries. We'll not be happy if they start chasing us away. So they are brothers, let's accommodate them. Yeah. And we should not be worried. You know, the other day there was this time the Football Association, they decided to hire someone who is not English, and they hired someone from Germany because, you know, they want to at least win a trophy. It's been long. And people are complaining. I don't think it is right for them to be complaining, because if foreigners are coming and they're doing a good job, which at the end of the day is going to benefit the country, Why should we be worried? These are Somali brothers and sisters. If they're doing business, and if they're doing good business, they're even doing much better than us. At the end of the day, they're paying taxes. And if they pay taxes, where are those taxes? You're going to see those taxes in our health facilities. You're going to see those taxes, doing things like street lighting. Those taxes are going to pay even our teachers. So our Somali sisters and brothers, they are welcome. They can be living around. They can be working in our country. In fact, the other day I was taken to theater, and one of the doctors there was, was of a Somali descent, and he did a good work. And I'm sure many patients have been attended by that doctor. So they are our brothers and sisters. Let's learn to accommodate them. Let's be good to them. But those ones who break the law, those are the ones we can take issues. It's like even when the way we have many people from Nigeria living in our country, we should not be having issues with them. So long as they're doing legal things, it's okay. But those ones that are not doing legal things, those are the ones should be having a problem with them. And even if we have a problem with them, let them be dealt by the law, not just us, starting to, running after them. Yeah, that was my time. Thank you, Pipi. You can give the mic to someone else. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that submission. Bwana Luga Matoke, unasema kwamba we should not be judging. And I think it's important to realize that we are Kenyans first. We are Kenyans first. Hiyo mambo ya kabila iko, alafu unajua the worst part is si eti iko tu hapa peke yake. Hata when you go and try and take somebody home, you hear later usilete hawa. Yeah? So it has already started eating us, and now we are feeling xenophobic as well. Justice for all. Maybe I'll bring you for your time as you're waiting for more people to join. Request the microphone. Let's hear from you.
Yeah. So the the dynamics we are facing here, especially with the and I hope folks here can pay attention to me, and I would love to take maybe 1 minute, maybe 1.5, and then Do can respond to that. The dynamics we are facing, PP, sorry, we have completely translated this into the immigration of the Somali population need. I don't talk about the IMI and the KRA thing because I had already raised my objections about legality about it. Remember, that's what my preliminary submission was, that I wanted to hear from Charlo about, legally speaking, if you access my data, obviously, there's are legal provisions about that. If it's about security of the nation, we know provisions about that. So I don't want to go into that because then it's going to change this. I want to speak to this Somali conversation, if you don't mind. My point is, we are comparing a few things that we are a little bit stretching the conversation, because Somali Kenyans are part of our 45 tribes. It's different from calling them the way you say that, oh, we have Sudanese in our country. And I'll explain where I'm coming from with that. So the Somali is part of our tribe in our context. The only, what happens, just like the Maasais and everything, they span across the border. So we have the Maasais who, are in Kenya, in Tanzania, and in Uganda. The Somalis are in Kenya and in Somalia. So the understanding and the context of that is something that needs to be, with level of sobriety, to be interrogated. That yes, we already have one of our 45 tribes, is that one of it is a Somali, where most of them are in our leadership and everybody and all that. Kikuyus are in our leadership, Kisis are in our leadership, Lawyers are in our leadership. So let's embrace that concept. Number one. Number two, the only reason why we're having jittery about this aspect of entrepreneurial spirit of the Somali population is because for some reason they have been associated with two things in our context. One, been associated with predominantly being Muslim. And I speak this, because I talk about that everywhere. Then number two, they've been associated with maybe in the way that the leadership has framed it, they look like, oh, they're the people who are like either attack people and they're Al-Shabaab and everything like that. So we have grown a certain level of I don't want to call it resilience. Okay, no, I'm lacking the right phrase to use. But we have gotten to a point whereby we don't think that, oh, these are not Kenyans. So the language I hear when we present on this is like, oh, they do this. What are they? Are they the Kikuyus, the Kisis, or what? Because the Somalis are Somalis, the Kikuyus, the Kisis, the Kurias, the Luyas. These are the Kenyan fabric. Now, the fact that we have the Maasais across the border, and when they come in, then what do you do? Then we resort into the international community that has a community called, we have an Al-Shabaab, which has been confined within the Somali kind of borders. And therefore, we think that anybody that comes in has to take that label. So, PP, our challenge is based on demarcation. Sorry, no, my English is not very good. So the demarcation of like, who really are we labeling into this context? So my point is this: the conversation of the Somali population, we have to open up our mind. When somebody says that, oh, they are taking over this, are they taking it over illegally? The answer is no. The Kikuyus, being with the entrepreneurial spirit, they're taking over many places. The Kisis are taking over the matatu industry, the whatever. So why are you afraid of the Somalis taking over many places in terms of business? It's because of the fear that has been injected in us that the Somalis are more likely to be Al-Shabaab and all that. And that's the part that I struggle with, legally speaking, that why on earth do you want to demonize a Somali brother and sister, but don't demonize a Kisii who has taken over the matatu industry in the entire Nairobi, Kitengela, whatever they're doing that, because I'm talking about business numbers, and the Kikuyus have taken over certain levels of business. So the point is that let's not use some bad elements within a certain group of people, like the Somalis, where we have thought that maybe the Shabab come predominantly associated with that group. But we also have level of the militias within our borders that we don't say that, oh, because the Mongiki is that, and therefore all the Kikuyus are supposed to be labeled as they shouldn't be exist in Nyamakima and everything. So I'm trying to push this narrative so that Somalis are not demonized, so that we all embrace one another. But because they come across the border, it's different. Don't put them together with the same number of like, oh, these are like Sudanese. We don't have a Sudanese tribe in Kenya, but we have a Somali tribe in Kenya. So why can't we embrace those? So please. I don't want us to victimize somebody just because they look Somali or they speak Somali or they live in Italy. I don't want anybody to be victimized because of that. That's my fear.
DOO, are you there?
I just want to add one thing from what Justice Pohola said. The fear has to go. The fear has to go, and it can only go this way. If you truly think that the Somalis are doing good in business and everything else, like I just said, that bottleneck of supply chain, that's what they kill us, all of us. And on top of that, there's two elements, or rather two principles they do play with, and that is honesty and integrity. We don't have those as Kenyans, the rest of the tribes in Kenya, so to speak. You give just for all something to do business and start with, he or she disappears, goes down the train. But you give a Somali, a very good friend of you, to do business with you, and he does really excellent job. So I think the only fear, if the fear can go away, we have to know how they're doing business and why they're beating us on this business. They do it in a collective way, in a very manner, strategic way, in a very organized manner, and they have that trust one another, honesty and integrity. Those principles, they do play in very nicely and they play neatly. And that's how they have won the heart of many people in Kenya in business. And that's how they have pretty much going to wipe everybody in business. You like it or you don't like it, unless we change our attitude or we change our game plan on how we do business with the rest of our brothers and sisters in Kenya. Thank you.
And Mizani has raised some objections, not objections, but great pointers. I don't know if they were raised to my inbox or to the actual space. But I also wanted to give a challenge because I know Doe might be disappearing soon. So Doe, partner with me on a, okay, do 2,500, do 2,500. And then the rest of the people, we can only give that money if the rest of the people donate that money. And then we match it. So Doe, I'm volunteering you for a 2,500 shilling donation. I do my 2,500. The rest of the people, if you donate to the to the tip jar, we are going to match that. If Doe akikataa my challenge, I'll cover it and then tutakutana baadaye. But there's something I'm looking for my friend Mizani's big questions. Are they on the main space or on my inbox? Question is not. Where is Mizani's submissions? Can
It's I think it's in my
okay,
inbox too.
so comment on that because I think he's raising very big points that we want to do. So Doe has no option but to contribute 2,500 to the movement on condition that other people match that. So if they don't contribute, then please, he keeps his money. But can you look for please give other people challenges? I don't want to dominate your space, but give other people chances. But look for those comments. Sorry, Mizani's comments. I think he has very pertinent questions.
I have it here. I have it here. The saying question is not if they are Kenyans or no, or one of the 43 plus tribes, but it's asking do the Kikuyu or Masai hoist a flag from Tanzania? I'd like to speak as a Kenyan that comes from a border community. This topic is neither here nor there because if you want to know the hell that is getting registered in Kenya as a community, a border community, guys, it's unbelievable. You are taken through scrutiny. I had to wait for my passport for more than 300 days because my second name is Boke. So I'm not really Kenyan. So you see, when people raise such questions about where are the Somalis many here, I've grown up explaining myself that I'm Kenyan. I've grown up telling people, yes, sisi tuko kwa boda ya Kenya Tanzania, but sisi tulizaliwa, born, raised, bred in Kenya. Tumesoma Kenya. So we don't even know any place in Tanzania, but people will treat you as some other being. ICDO is dropping, but maybe justice for all. What do you think about that? Because it would be funny for maybe the Koreans in the border to decide to march because one of them was killed and march with a what do you call with a Tanzanian flag. What do you think? That is Mizani who is asking that question.
That's and that's a very strong point, which you don't see that happening. But again, you have to pay attention to like the motivation behind our friends Somalis raising nimejifunza siku hizi. And by the way, door dropping is fine now. We already agreed that his 2,500 is already secured with me, and so we have the 5,000 to match. Whoever gives, then it's matched after from now for the next 1 hour. But the answer to your question is, is already written to me saying okay. So the answer to your question, PP, is that yes, we have that issue. But does that neglect the fact that we have to agree that we have some Somali Americans, and I want to say this, and I can be contradicted in any way, who are actually even Christians. Let me begin opening my statement with that. But then we have those Somali Americans who, with every sense, they are against some of the way that the Somalis are doing things in terms of some of the radical Somalis are doing their businesses, and then they are fully in support of the Kenyan way of doing life and all this, which including, averring the Al-Shabaab and everything like that. So I think the assumption we made is that every Somali American, Somali Kenyan, they are sympathetic to Al-Shabaab, which is not the case. We have those who are completely against that. So my point is this, that blanket condemnation sometimes leads to another level of condemnation. When my senior shows up like Mizani, PP, I'm sorry, I get lots of words. I can continue. My point is that we need to start leading to distinction of like these things are not always blanketly communicated, because not every Somali Nisli is against our movement. Not every Somali. We shouldn't label that Isli is not Kenya. That phrase is what I was challenging Sony when we started. But when my big guys are here, then we can engage. Back to you, PP. Sorry, I have to cut short my submission.
All right. Thank you so much. Maybe let me give you an update, Falevi. We are at 1900 Ellis Hill, and of course Lavina's also wameingia pale hivi kwa tip. So hiyo match for match ni kama tunaenda vizuri. Mizani, hi.
Hi, PP. Good evening to you. I hope you're doing well. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I apologize for just jumping into the conversation without necessarily knowing where it started and heading. But from what I've listened to from my good friend, Justice for All, first of all, let me agree with the fact that we need justice for all. And no amount of inhumanity or inactivities that are against the very basic rights of human, which is life, should be left undiscussed. And therefore, we do want to send our hearts and first condolences to the family of that lady, that whatever happened to them. Number two, I am a bit convoluted with the fact that the discussion is more about the flag and rather not the incident per se, because if Ustawi or Mizani or yourself, Pipita, was to come and argue the fact that somebody has been killed, murdered, raped, whatever it is, or their rights abused, I think it is our duty, all of us, to stand up and demand for their justice. But then again, we are in a situation whereby we find a certain community, which is largely associated with the Somali community, coming to actually raise some pertinent issues about their security. And then you go ahead to tell me that a particular police officer who was sworn their oath to serve utumishi kwa wote and in this case, under the Kenyan constitution, goes ahead to hoist a flag in march against those incidents, I'm left with questions, because are we protesting because there's a woman, a Kenyan, who was murdered? Are we protesting because there's a Tanzanian or Somali immigrant that has been murdered or killed in Kenya? Because if that's all the case, then it is within their rights. I remember the other day, if you watch closely the international news, there's a lady that was went missing in the US, only 4 days later to be realized that she was killed, or it was a homicide case. And this was Congolese national living in the US. So it was right when the Congolese showed up with their flags, because then they are talking about something that is more connected to originality of the person in question. So if the argument here is the lady is actually Kenyan, we shouldn't be having the conversation about the flags. But if the argument that indeed this individual is Somali, with all the right, they can go ahead and do that. So I am lost in between the sovereignty purpose. I'm lost in between the justice and search for one. And I'm also lost between understanding what exactly was the message being passed with that match. And again, PP, I might have gone off the script because I haven't necessarily updated myself with that situation. And therefore, if I mumble here and there, kindly understand I'm only but trying to understand this from the aspect of the submission I've listened from the members of the plenary. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. And of course, I don't know. I just saw the name, but I cannot confirm the nationality of the lady. But I'm sad, but I don't believe anybody's right to life should be infringed, whether they are Kenyan or not. So long as you're a Kenyan resident, your right to life should not be infringed from you or even the next person. It should not be defined like with your ethnicity, you know, because by saying that, it means that is how people end up moving with tribal rhetoric. Something that I've seen not only happening with the Somali. Now we are even going against the Kikuyu or as Alua Lifanyani, which is something that really pulls us very many years back. I don't believe that, but I think you're on the right track, Bwana Mizani.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
So
try to
I
get
think
the name.
Mizani brought in something that is fundamental to the conversation. And my addition, probably 30 seconds to be honest, is that in our approach to what has been happening in Gaza, of course, in support of not the Hamas, but in support of the Palestinian people, one of the rallies we did, there was a movement being told that bring your flag, whether it's a Kenyan flag, Palestinian flag, your Canadian flag and everything, to say that we are all in support of this. So yes, I agree the flag has a very big significance and everything to say this, but at some point it has like we all rally behind this and say that no to killing of innocent people or innocent person. So yes, the flag is extremely significant, which I can never underrate the really the importance of the flag that we swear to and all that. You know, most of our pledge of allegiance is to the flag. Oath is to the Constitution. Pledge of allegiance is sure to the flag, but in our pledge of allegiance, we did to the flag of different countries. The US has a stupid way of like completely making sure that you are not part of the other flags. But the point is that if the Somalis really felt that, you know what, they're Somali Kenyans. If I don't know that phrase is being used in our constitution, but they're Somali Kenyans. If they're not swear to the allegiance to the flag of Somali, to support the person who they think identifies with the Somali descent, I don't see anything wrong. So mine is like the flag, they're all this, but But human service and human dignity, PP, we have to do this. So Doe has confirmed is 2,500. So then in mind, so it just need to be redeemed by those who are contributing. But thank you, everybody. This is a big conversation. And when my senior Mizani speaks, sometimes I have to go research. Yeah, I cannot respond until I research on it.
All right, thank you so much. And I wanted to just say we can also, while at it, comment on the rise of people who are losing their lives in mysterious fashion. Like the Wajir MCA who has been lost. People thought they had found him, but walikuwa wamepata a wrong body. So I don't know why you can't even say fortunately, because that means those are two people who are probably dead. Mizani, I don't know, maybe you can also connect with that as well.
Again, PP, just pardon my bad manners. Again, I've not really updated myself on that issue you're raising, but I can speak in terms of from a round figure of what we are dealing with. So if you allow me, let me just clarify something on the issue of the flag. If we can remember our history, one of the symbols that Kenya had gained her independence, it's actually when the Union Jack was brought down and the Kenyan flag was hoisted up. And it didn't just happen in that field, it was also on our mountains. And that was very significant. So that goes to say that we cannot just downplay the whole situation. So I was recently in Frankfurt. I was covering a march by the Palestinian, pro-Palestinian protesters or demonstrators. And one thing that was very predominant is that these people were actually walking and waving the flag of free Palestine. So to really illustrate the message and the authority that flags carry, we cannot really say that we will assume because our brothers or our cousins or other people from other countries come to our country and raise their flag is an issue. But when it connects two communities that are looked upon or frowned upon, it becomes a serious issue of discussion. And therefore, I still argue there is absolutely no problem for anyone that associate or is a descendant of a different country to actually walk and wave their flag. That is a sign of pride. But then when the individual in question is called Kenyan, that is when everything changes around. You remember when young people were actually being shot on the street, they were waving Kenyan flags. So there's something and there's a lot of weight that these flags carry. And I pray that that incident is not just looked upon as any other incident, it's actually investigated. And for me, it will actually go a greater length to actually address many issues that foreigners or immigrants from other countries are facing in a land that is supposed to offer them not just opportunities, but safety. Thank you.
Can I speak to the freedom of expression in terms of Pledge of Allegiance?
Just a minute, justice for all, so that we don't have a podcast. Let's hear what Albert Nsengo has to do, then I'll bring it to you. Albert Amenda. Luka Matoke. Albert, request the microphone again. Luka Matoke. Allah. Nakataza nani kuongea. Okay. I see Albert is sawa. Justice for all, I think your microphone
Kwa sababu
is one.
Mungu anataka niongee. To be
Peter.
honest, hii kitu no, I'm just
Nimepata
joking.
Albert. Jambo Albert.
Okay, if
Jambo
it's, yeah,
sana Peter.
Albert, go ahead. Albert, go ahead.
Okay, how are you doing?
I'm fine. First
Excuse me.
it's been a while. Alafu, I don't know if it's me, but Mizani and Justice for All sound like or one person. I think it's because also maybe I've listened to them for so long now, and their voices tend to be in tandem. Pipita, first bring me to books. Why are we? What are we matching each other for? Like I had Justice for All calling for this. That would be a good call again to remind us. Alafu as the deliveries were being made by Mizani and Justice for All, I remembered sisi wazee wenye tulisoma, si Gen Z. Nakumbuka I pledge my loyalty to the President and the nation of Kenya, my allegiance and the duty to defend the flag of our republic, such a thing. And then I think Harambe, and then perpetuated in the Nyayo philosophy, the philosophy of Nyayo of peace, love, and unity. I think such ethos should be reintroduced to the country of Kenya at this moment. I'm not saying the dictatorial rule that was there through the Nyayo era, but I mean such spirits that bring the people of Kenya together, reminding them of the peace, love, and unity, reminding them that Kenya comes first before our tribes, or before our ethnicity, or before everything else. I think what we see today happening probably in Isili or within this community is something that the political class was also bickering of some months ago, if not a year, when Aden Duale was made a cabinet secretary for defense. The same noise was there that he's Somali and why is he being given such a heavy docket? Already what that means to a country, it's that already they are calling on other communities and telling them, no, these are Somalis or these are different community. It's not a Kenyan community. Or maybe it was not an official statement, of course, not from the government, but politically, when you hear everything out, maybe it's said by some MCA or MP, someone, something that is really in the air, which is not good. In the same breath, in the same era, it was made, we heard that now the business community of Nairobi has shifted from Kikuyus, and now it has been taken by the Somalis or such a thing. So I think the DP also, in some of his rallies, also some of such statements of we have to protect the Kikuyus and their business culture. The culture has been taken away by the Somalis and everything, which draws to my now conclusion, looking at it politically and also futuristically as a country. Kenya is growing very fast democratically, and I think what Kenya is achieving now at 60 years old, I think maybe we'll have to look at it from a research point of view, but maybe US maybe was going through it when they were 100 years old. We could want, or maybe when they were 70. Maybe we are really growing as fast or faster than how US was growing then. Because if you look at our democracy, it's really borrowing a lot from the developed world and growing as fast. You've heard the delivery from Justice for All, from Mizani, saying how the flags have been brought out with different ethnicities in those cities. So meaning we have a situation where Nairobi or other bigger cities of Kenya are big metropolitan areas that are housing all ethnic groups from different groups, asylum seekers, immigrants, everyone is housed there. They're being protected, of course, by the law, by the international laws, by the Constitution of Kenya, to do business, to actually operate within the Constitution of Kenya. When vices happen, definitely they will be punished by the Constitution of Kenya, or they'll be deported back to their countries. I think we've seen sometimes also it's not the right way to do it. But I also detest a situation where within the country, we start feeling that some communities are superior than others. We have to remember the ethos of the country or the spirit of the country, that we are Kenyans, all bounded by peace, love, and unity. Whatever happens, we join hands to protest against it, and we say we don't like this injustice, be it that it was done on a Kenyan, be it that it was done on a Somali, it was done on a Kuria or a Suba or a Turkana or whoever. And I feel this is the spirit we should be fostering, definitely, all of us, and at the same time give platform that the metropolitan areas will have different type of protest, will have different type of uprisings. Somalis will come up and say, yeah, we are looking at our interests probably. Maybe they are Somalis, asylum seekers, but they're not real Kenyans. Or within them, actually, they are Kenyans. So it's also not so easy. You cannot also start again saying, are you a Somali from Kenya or are you a Somali from Somalia? I think we will have to actually also let the institutions do their work. They will know. But if they are rightfully housed in Kenya or living in Kenya, then they should be given the rights that are accorded to them, and of course, mostly the right of protection, and also to the Kenyans, to the Tanzanians, and to everyone else who is within the borders of Kenya. I feel that the topic now should have graduated to peace and love, and peace, love, and unity to everyone within the borders of Kenya, and we should think of ourselves as a as one, rather than from which tribe or region someone is coming from. I drop it at that. Thank you. And Pipita, I'm happy to listen in and probably contribute. Yep. Asante.
All right. Thank you, Albert, for that. I wanted to tell you the reason why you're hearing Justice for All is talking about matching is Home Run with People is supported by you now. I've been trying to expand into YouTube and it's quite expensive trying to get the guests to the studio. This weekend in particular, I'm supposed to pay someone's Uber kama 3,000 one way. So when Justice for All is saying kwamba he's matching, yeye na DO, they're putting down 5,000. But for me to get that 5,000 shillings, you have to get to 5,000. And right now we are at 1,900. So for those who are listening, you can drop something pale hivi kwa Tifja. And then for the next hour, Justice for All is definitely going to match. So that is how we try to increase the support huku hivi, Albert. I hope I've gotten to you.
Definitely.
Justice for All.
And
Yeah. Okay. Hey.
I
Thank you so much,
I agree
Albert.
with you. And again, it's for supporting of movements like yours that are really, standing for what we are trying to push in the society to make sure that we are doing the right thing. And Albert, as always, much respect for your contribution and thank you for that. I'll simply take 1 minute to submit to one issue, which I just referenced it because I have the this constitution right in front of me so that I can compare it with the allegiance. So the Kenyan one says, "I pledge my loyalty," and again, you guys can correct me because then that's probably what we have been doing. That I pledge my loyalty to the president and the nation of Kenya, my readiness and duty to defend the flag of our republic. Period. That's the first sentence. So I have an interest to that statement. I pledge my loyalty to the president. Okay. So pay attention to this. Which shoot, I can open it because I have it in hard copy. But I thought I would. Okay, so the one that I have with the US, which I pledged to, it says, "I pledge allegiance to the flag and the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all." Now, I'm trying to draw a distinction between that flag because I wish Dr. Amotho would be here because I wanted him to come and speak to this. The Pledge of Allegiance in our context, you kind of pledge allegiance to the president. Different from the way you pledge allegiance to, and I'm not talking about that the US one is superior to anything because I haven't gone to all the rest. But look at the difference between pledging allegiance to the flag, pledging allegiance to the president first. Does that portend any kind of danger in the way we look at how we substitute ourselves to? And and of course, you guys who followed the the court proceedings. I can see my friend Mizani has a hand up, but those of you follow the court proceedings, Dr. Njenga Kamoto has been representing President Ruto. Unknowingly enough, that was my classmate. I even have his jacket that he bought me back in the day when we were classmates at UN, so that I can brag. Am I allowed to have bragging rights, PP? So anyway, so I had invited him to come and log in and talk to us about Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance. I did not want him to talk about anything legal, but about Pledge of Allegiance. So does that bother you in any way that we pledge an allegiance to the president and not the constitution? Does that matter to you? Back to you, PP, and of course I can see my brother over here because I'm interested in that context.
Mizani, then Albert. I see Albert also ameinua mkono juu. And also other guys can request the microphone. Ama ni topic ni ngumu sana. Mizani.
Yeah, and I promise this is my last submission without really submitting. I'll ask a question. Okay, thank you. I'll ask a question to you, Justice for All. Thank you for reading the U.S. Constitution and the Pledge of Allegiance. I'll just remind you, a few minutes ago, I told you about the Union Jack and the Kenyan flag. Now, remember the very interesting position Kenya found herself when gaining her independence. It is more of about a negotiation rather than a fought for independence. Number two, look at the Pledge of Allegiance of England. You have your answer. And yeah, unfortunately, those are the bad manners we inherited from our I'd say oppressors, and we still work with them, and that's why today our politicians feel greater than thou. Again, it's not Mizani that is speaking; it's Eli. Thank you. Two different entities.
No, you logged in through the wrong whatever. You logged in through Mizani, so I'm sorry. You will be held accountable through. I'm just joking, by the way. Eli, I'm just kidding. But you logged in through Mizani, so we hold Mizani accountable.
Eli, wewe bwana. Hata mimi ninasema I'm logging in on home run. Albert, what do you have to say first?
Just a quick one. By the way, speaking of which, maybe Peter, you'll also maybe have to, of course, brand and bring up your logo also and come under your home run with PP brand. Just want to answer Justice for All. Of course, he asks about the two allegiances from the two different states, and now Eli, of course, introduces the third one from the UK. I understand that there are some things that have been borrowed, definitely, that have been there from the colonial time to now. But just like we changed the constitution, we can change some of these things, and we don't have to pledge the allegiance to. What I also wanted to is for all, if he actually ignored the fact that it does not say I pledge my allegiance to the president alone. It says and the nation. So definitely those are two different entities. So meaning you still pledge your allegiance to the nation. So probably we can also scrap off the president, definitely, because we're now more democratic than we were.
You can is what you pledge. Like even in high school and school after students, wanaruhusiwa, you have to pledge to the president. So scrapping you is not, unless we take it out. Daktari, can I tell you where the challenge is? Is because now this is embedded in law. It can be changed. But as we speak right now, our students, and I did check with my, whatever, my nephews in school, they pledged to the president. That's the first thing. And I was like, okay, you're so pledged to the president. Are you sure that's how they lead you into it? So don't say you scrap it. You can't scrap it voluntarily. That's what is there in law.
Yeah, I mean, through it, if it's an amendment or if it's just changing it from the law perspective. So if we have to table a bill or something or amendment to actually maybe scrap it off, and I think probably we are not the first minds to maybe be thinking of this, or probably there should be also some guidance or topic towards this. Maybe it's the right time that you actually talk about this. And I don't mean scrap it that we stop just here in our conversation, but I mean rather as a nation, that can we actually maybe take it off, and now we don't pledge our allegiance to the president, but rather to the nation. And then, but the spirit for me, it was the spirit, the peace, love, and unity that was by then was like inculcated in our minds. We were like brainwashed to just, it was normal when we were growing up, and it was, we know we just have to live in peace and love and unity. I understand that we didn't 207 or other instances also didn't, or we continue even growing from politically aligning with our ethnicity or something. But I also would want to think that maybe some of these things also kept us away a lot from some of the barbaric things we see in most of our neighboring countries, extremes of genocides and all these other things. I think there's a way the Kenyan community or society has remained sane politically in their differences, of course, but their constitution, but their democracy has kept growing to a level that a constitution has come in, and you can see it through their economic growth and all this. I would allude this to some right things that happened in the last years. And for me, I think such ethos of the nation were part of important things that propelled us as Kenyans. This is what I'm asking the topic of today. Do the Gen Zs actually know this? Is the current constituents, who are the Gen Zs who are pricing, do they actually hold some ethos of the nation? Is the youthful population knowing this, or are we taught this only in primary school and then it ends there? As we grow up, we lose everything. This is my question more. Is it a topic that we should now be focusing on and going in this direction so that we can maybe amend it to fit the times that we are in? I rest my submissions. Alafu Pipita, I will do something on the tip jar, definitely, to contribute to the conversation. Asante.
So, Pipi, allow me to say this. Even though we're discussing about the loyalty pledge, I'm just curious, was it not phased out with the coming of the 2010 constitution? Maybe
That is what I wanted to ask.
Yeah,
Aikutolo?
I thought so too. And that's why when you look at the preamble of the constitution, it talks something much different, because I know growing up and going to school and being one of those people who went to school that was predominantly military based, the loyalty pledge was a must recite. But I don't hear that in our today's school going children. I'll be curious to find out if we still recite that and if it exists. And if it exists, I'll be questioning how come that is still within our existence, because one of the reasons we wanted to even have a different constitution was to make sure that the president is actually a figure of just national unity more than just an authoritative kind of master, which is what we borrowed from our colonial masters. Now, did it completely erase what happened in the pre-colonial, in the post-colonial period? That is not precisely true. But then again, I'm curious to find out from the lawyers and those of you who have studied the Constitution. I'm here to study. Thank you.
I had a lawyer earlier on, sijui ameenda wapi, Bwana Chalo, ni kama ame travel back. But if you can help us understand the law, and of course if that one is in the constitution, or if the loyalty pledge was dropped in 2010. And of course that part of Mizani 254 saying about the president being the absolute power. Today I've had president saying that he is not interested in extending no term limits. So msimweke kwa hizo mahesabu zenu, by the way. Okay, that means
No.
he's interested.
PP, I think the kind of integration that we are missing here, and I'm sorry because I'm okay. Let me not speak anything further to us, but make my point that the last pledge that we used to have, to be honest, it's now we came up with the oaths of affirmations. if you look at the 2010 constitution, we came up with oath of affirmations of office, which really substituted the loyalty pledge. And hopefully we can have somebody else with an authoritative legal process to guide us that we did not necessarily eliminate loyalty pledge, but we came up with the oath of, what are they called? Please, somebody else who is in this field. Albert, help me. I think they're called the
word you're
affirmations
looking
of,
for is oath of office,
yeah,
oath
but
of
it's, yeah,
office
yeah,
when
yeah,
taking
oath of
office.
office
But
of affirmations of office, yes. So those are the
but
ones that
even as you do
substituted
that,
that.
it has nothing to do with the loyalty pledge to the president and the country. So the oath has something different. But now we are talking specifically the pledge, which I believe was done away with, and that is by virtue of reading the preamble of our constitution. That's what I think.
Yeah, but the way they were constituted, oh my gosh! If I paraphrase this wrong, please give me a leave on that. The answer was that the oath or affirmation of allegiance of public office. What happened is that they were more. Now I'm looking at this like it's Schedule 4, but I don't want to go into that because then I'll be accused of speaking about. So public officials are required to take an oath of affirmation of office before assuming their roles. So those are what we used to have in the previous constitution. We never used to have this. These are new. This is how we translate into this. So they still affirm into what are they swearing to? To the constitution, to the president, or to the office. Nakumbuka kitambo. Okay, sorry.
Just before you finish submitting, I think you've gone astray kidogo, pole, because you're talking about public officers, but generally I think I was alluding to actually the ethos of the nation, not public officers. Every citizen or everyone within the borders of Kenya. And as Mizani tries to direct us, I think it's true that I think in the new constitution it was dropped, and I'm not sure if kids still have such narrations or citations at a young age or in schools. So I think just as you're alluding to the oaths, definitely that they make when they're going in to take office, this is the rightful one. Definitely they keep doing it, but I actually meant the ethos of the nation, which is not it's not actually part of the constitution, but I think it was, or in the previous one it was actually coming along with the constitution just as a pledge to the nation of Kenya. I don't know why actually it was scrubbed off. That's why we also say probably we'll need some guidance on this, or maybe from someone from just some constitutional lawyer or something, and we understand why actually it was scrubbed off.
And I'll get that. We'll probably get that into conversation. Let me read my final paragraph, and then I will let PP take off from that. So what I read, and again, I could be wrong on that. Obviously, we are all either if we are a student of law, then we're on the same page. So here's some examples of oath of allegiance. For example, oath of allegiance for public office, right? This is the only one I'll read. There are quite a number of them, but I'm not going to read into that. I'll read the first paragraph. It says that oath of allegiance for public office, this is required for members of, especially for members of parliament. I'm not going to go into the public because it's going to go way down. In certain public officials, which says that I, Eli Likuyani, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance. Now, the problem here is where they still maintained, and you can go back to the constitution and check if I'm giving something that's wrong, then we correct it. The majesty, obviously, in this case, King Charles, is heirs and successors according to law. So help me God. Did they swear to that? If not, then we have an outdated and I've just gone to the government. I've just gone to the government website to get this information. This is nothing to do with such as government webs. So do we still wear to the Commonwealth as our Majesty the King and all that? Eli probably is more versed with this than myself. Do we still do that?
Eli, are you there, or should we listen to Ismail Luther?
Yeah, we'll probably get to Ismail Luther. But this is
Luther,
I'm afraid I lost part of this
this is
submission
good for
because I was
research.
not on the call. Sorry about that.
Okay. Ismail, did you get what Justice for All was saying?
Hello, people. Good evening.
Good evening to you.
So the patriotism question, which we are supposed to be patriotic for what? Because now, we are expanding. We have been expanding this thing since 63. We used to swear our allegiance to the chieftain, to the king. But now it was expanded. We no longer have King Nabongo. We no longer have the Akina Mekatilili Wamenza. We now went further and saw the allegiance to protect the country. But these days we are even expanded it now to the East African EAC. So, and even we have a national anthem for the EAC. And if I can recite one of the first part, it goes in Swahili. E Mungu tuomba ulinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi na amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. So this one, it brings us the East African community together, and we saw our allegiance to it. But even so much, we usually move even further than that. And even now as a human race, we have the Human Rights Charter, which brings us that we need to protect the rights of each and every person irrespective of their race, religion, creed. So back to Kenya, we need to protect the rights of all the people. You had 4 Turkeys were kidnapped and taken back to Turkey. And this was so shameful for us because we had broken, we had signed and ratified the Human Rights Charter, but then which among them is the rights to protect the refugees. When people run from their countries and come to Kenya seeking asylum, we need to protect them. But the other week, we broke that. We kidnapped those 4 guys and took them back to Turkey. It was very shameful. You remember when the Tanzanian chap was shot 17 bullets, the Tanzanian opposition leader, and he sought asylum in Kenya, and we gave him protection until post Magufuli when he went back. So there are some rights which we need now to protect universally. Back to the Somali victims, actually to the family, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. It was a very sad matter, but allow me to indulge me a minute to speculate for a minute. So you have a lady, he gets out of the house at 8:30 a.m., goes to the BBS Mall, one of the biggest mall in East and Central Africa, one of the spectacular malls for some dermatological care. Then this woman stay late until 11 p.m. This is a considerable long time, number of hours. Then we have 2 daughters here. They say, Mama stayed a long time. We need to call her. They call her. It's like, I'm coming. At the end of the day, they go down, they call a vehicle. Then the vehicle comes. So it seems even they have the number of the driver of this vehicle whom they call. And it seems it's somebody they know. He comes, they get into the vehicle. We are able to see it in the CCTV camera. and then they should be taken to where the mom is. Let's assume for now it's BBS Mall or the areas around. Now my speculation could be, it seems somebody was trying to stay with the mother and prevent her from going home. Is it seem that somebody was trying to negotiate something with the mother all this time, and maybe was instructing the mother to the answers that she needs to give the kids? Another speculation could be, is it a revenge mission? Are the people who are on a killing spree known to this family? Now, these are the things which are starting to go in my mind, because they have held captive this lady for some considerable hours, to the point that sometimes they allow her to pick the phones and answer back to the daughters. And when the daughters come to join and search her, they are all eliminated and spread in different parts of the...
Through PP, can we be guided on what we are focusing on? Because I don't want to lose this story, because it looks like a very good story.
Justice for all. Ismail is actually giving us the chronology of events of what happened in Italy. So please let him land. Ismail. Go ahead, Ismail. Unmute. Kwani tumepoteza Ismail?
As we move.
Oh, okay.
Pipi niaje?
Poa, nimekupata. Continue.
Kwani leo mko time bound ama nini? See, the space is usually relaxed to prosecute issues till 9 p.m. So I just give me 2 minutes to wind up. So the issue here is we need the government agencies need to kind of work through it. But also my last concern will be, given the nature of Isili, and if this was a revenge mission within the family, because this doesn't seem to be an ordinary thief. It seems to be somebody out there to destroy and kill. What about if this chap is not, could this chap now, if it's not a Kenyan, could he be now heading to the borders, the Somali side? So I think we just need to think wider and broaden the search, but burn the midnight oil to search the perpetrators. But indeed, it's a terrible thing. Concerning the issue of the flags, I think the Constitution allows us to have some dual citizenship. So you can have the citizenship of USA and Kenya, Somalia and Kenya, Uganda and Kenya, TZ and Kenya. Not really TZ. TZ, they usually don't allow people to have dual citizenship. So in that, if you get outside Tanzania and you have another citizenship, for example, in Germany, you automatically lose the TZ one. But in Kenya, we are a bit, we have freedom. So the issue of raising flags, I don't think it's a big issue, provided such a flag was not raised in a police station or in a government offices or agencies. Just having your flag, strolling with it somewhere, it's okay. I don't think it should be a big threat on our side. So as Kenya, again, I repeat, we are usually more cosmopolitan. We're the small Dubai of East Africa. So we should be expecting people to come from diverse regions and accommodate them. Thank you.
All right. Asante sana. Justice for all, be advised. If you do not agree with what someone is making as a submission, you can always as well rebuttal with your hand, and I'll see you and get to you. I said Jides K is here with us. Jides, how are you doing, George? Kamau, how are you? I want to quit a Kamau, you there? Okay, quick update. Thank you so much, Albert and Sengo has tipped the show pale. Thanks so much, Albert. We are at kuna mtu aitwa Priscilla to tip 500, Albert 1500, we are at 3900. So we are about 1100 from Justice for All to match today's tips. I see Jides, can you hear me? Justice for all. What did you want to rebuttal in terms of Ismail? Because I think he was also speaking on the issue of patriotism. Kwani I'm lost to the space. Albert, mnaweza nisikia? Oh Lord. Oh, sasa nimerudi. Okay. Let's refresh.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pippy.
Thank you so much for listening in to Home Run with Pippy, ladies and gentlemen. As I was saying earlier, we have gotten to 3,900 on our target today from our brother, Justice for All. He said if you get to 5K, he's going to double that amount. So tip up the show. We have about 47 minutes to 8 o'clock. Of course, that's when we'll be giving him the final tally. Thank you so much, Albert Nsengo and Priscilla, of course, for getting us to near the target. I see Al-Kebulan has joined us. I don't know if Al-Kebulan can hear me. Ni mimi ama ni nyinyi? Aya. Simba, how are you?
Pipi, we can hear you. I think people are lazy with the mic.
Oh, ni wao wataki ku-unmute.
Okay.
Habari?
I'm okay. Hello?
Yes, hi. Talk to us.
Oh, yeah. No, mine is not complicated.
Yeah, I can hear you all actually.
Hello.
Yeah, yes, Simba, I can hear you. Talk to me. Hey, itabidi mrefresh. Haya, Al-Kebulan, talk to me. I think Al-Kebulan amesema anatusikia saizi. Maybe one of the
Bro,
speakers.
kwani washazima na Communication Authority email zenyu, simulipe tax?
Wameenda email na sijui nayo bwana. Al-Kebulan, are you there? Arla? He. Leo ni kunoma manze. Ni kumoto manze. Chalo was sharing with us a document here. Hey, PP, for those interested in submitting their comments on the Constitution Amendments Bill number 2 of Senate of 2024, the deadline is tomorrow. So leo ndo tunafaa tutume wa Kenya wa latecomers as per the link below. Click on that link and submit to active citizens. Yes, be active citizens of what you fight for. Al-Kebulan Songbird kwa mara ya mwisho. Justice for all, can you hear me? Oh boy.
Oh, my brother, I can hear you very well. I'm just waiting for the folks to respond. I can hear you very well.
I'm really trying to bring in the new speakers to talk to us na siwapati vizuri. Hainifurahishi. But
wao ndio wakusikia, sio wewe. Wewe hauna shida. From your end, I can hear you 100%. Everything when you speak, every whatever conversation and everything you shared, I can hear you very well.
Thank you for that clarification. Simba, are you back now?
Later, Mizani can hear you. I promise.
Mizani, you've had the growth in terms of the allegiance pledge. And of course, the reason why we even got to talk about the patriotism issue is because most of the times people forget how important it is to just mute your mic, Simba. I'll get to you. People forget the history that got us to this point, and even how that allegiance pledge was made, because some of us did not get to do it to kuingia scout. Kama mimi sijaifanya hiyo kwa sababu ya scout. But if you are in scouts, remember they used to have to recite the allegiance pledge. Just Keta Albert Bado can remember it. Yeah. So I think it was even in some places people had to do it, but now more people do the East African anthem, the national anthem, and of course the flag. And I think as per what I've heard from Justice for All, maybe you can weigh in on that as well.
As of now, my RAM is running low on more content in specific for the topic we are handling. But when we cite the issue of patriotism and assume that other people are less patriotic than us, it's simply because of the long-term, what I will call, segregation per se. Because even as a nation, we boast a lot about, peace, love, and unity, like Sengu was putting it up. However, we forget that line quite easily when we have to go back to our tribal cocoons. And it's funny that Kenya as a country and Kenyans as a populace, we often do not reassemble when we feel threatened by what I will call, quote unquote, external force. Remember Donald Trump, who is running for the presidential seat in the US, at one point called Kenya and Africa, I think, a shithole country. And to that extent, Kenyans were very unhappy. They went very rogue on CNN and what have you. And therefore, rather, CNN said it's a bedrock of something. I can't remember the exact wording. So simply put, our patriotism should not and cannot be limited to when individual interest are supposed to be spearheaded. I think the bigger picture we need to have is your individual rights and privileges should become or snowball into a community interest. And therefore, even as we boast about patriotism, it should go beyond the individual that feel they are more Kenyan than the other. That is why we complain about the issue of what I will call, you remember the song by Moi when he used to be praised. There's something that they used to sing in that song, Kwekwe, kwa chama. So you feel like a foreigner. So how do you even expect Kenyans who feel disenfranchised to become patriotic? I think the first step of patriotism should start and emancipate itself from the fact that leaders should feel they owe service to the populace, the people that elect them to office. When you tell me that President William Ruto is now coming out and stating that he's not interested in being president for life, I will tell you that is testing political waters, because it is not coming from nowhere that somebody decided that the president has to have a third or extended time frame limit. So I am here thinking we are talking patriotism, but how patriotic are we when we are not faced with adversaries? Do we become patriotic only when it becomes an issue of a tribal cocoon, or when we feel like now I'm coming from Northern Kenya, I don't belong to the Kenyan community, we are more segregated? So we need to, and that's why I think when we were talking about devolution and enhancing the fact that every other region of the country should grow with what I would say equitable redistribution of our national resources, many thought that was going to formulate a sense of belonging and spurred up growth across the country. However, it has also created some sub-chambers of who we are. So Kenyans have to rethink what is patriotism. And patriotism for me, it is the fact that my individual interests should not be greater than the interests that are serving the rest of the polity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Gides, I see you back. Are you able to talk to us?
Thank you, guys, and also the opportunity to wade into the discussion. A couple of things. When you talk about the allegiance to the nation, and most especially the patriotism, for me, these are a very sensitive discussion. It is one that is, is a pertinent discussion that we really need to delve in and ask ourselves, what is a measure of patriotism? And the reason I ask this is because when we gave ourselves a Constitution 2010, I think one thing that incorporated or allowed was the dual citizenship. And for me, I've got very strong misgivings to this clause, because along the way, there are things I believe we lost. There are values we lost when it comes to the pursuit of the patriotism with the dual citizenship. Because the dual citizenship gives someone the right to, to own, or rather to have access to all the rights of a citizen, while he has all divided his allegiance by way of either seeking citizenship or permanent residency outside the country. It becomes too controversial, especially when we allow the holders of dual citizenship hold critical positions in the government. I'll give an example. And just before I give an example, the danger to that is that along the way, a person will easily betray his nation. Okay. Say, for example, you hold your citizenship and then you hold a critical position, say that of presidency. There are chances that you could lose the allegiance and easily betray your nation because you have already divided your loyalty to the nation. Now, I give an example. The time when we had, I think, the IBC, right? We had one lady called Akombe. Akombe, just because she held a dual citizenship, I think, in the US. Okay. When she felt in her own words, she says she was under duress, okay, to either manipulate the results of the nation or whatever, manipulate the results of the elections, or I don't know at which stage, while she was on board an airplane to go to Dubai to inspect the the ballot papers. She decided to divert her flight and go to the US. And what she did is that she resigned her position as I think a member of the IBC, I don't know, the commissioner that is, mid-air. Okay. Now, if you looked at that and what it meant at that critical moment, it precipitated a crisis. Okay. Were it not for people like Chebukati, who stood their ground and never ceded to that kind of pressure, because in the opinion, if you read the mind of Akombe that time, what she wanted to precipitate a crisis in Kenya. She wanted to make the IBC impossible to execute its role and administer or execute the election at that critical point. And I remember that was the time when the election was being the election of Raila Odinga, the previous election of Uhuru Kenyatta was annulled when Raila Odinga went to the court. Okay. Now, my question is, what would have happened if, for example, Chebukati gave into that kind of pressure, because the pressure was also mounted by other commissioners? Now, what would have happened, for example, if Akombe did not have your citizenship, did not have divided allegiance? Okay, she would not have had a chance to escape. Okay, she would not have had a chance to precipitate a crisis. So what I'm saying is, would you imagine, therefore, what it means to hold your citizenship? Okay, so what would happen, for example, we have a president, maybe Raila, maybe today's who is this? William Ruto has got dual citizenship. And so what I'm saying is, it is something we really need to think about. In a nutshell, I just believe, in my opinion, Kenyan solutions will be solved by Kenyans in Kenya and not outside. I know it is controversial statement to make, and I expect a lot of reactions, but that is the truth. You cannot solve the problem while you are outside. You can only be a spectator. Number two, there was a discussion about the loyalty pledge. I think that is a little obsolete, because unless we want to state, how old we are, I think the issue of the loyalty pledge was dropped all along the long time of Moi. When Moi went, it was never recited and it was never necessary. I think it was part of those, those those pledges that were made or advocated by the autocracy of the 1990s. At that time, the people like, was it Mobutu Sese Seko, for example? We remember when the news were being read in Zaire then, Mobutu Sese Seko image used to come from heaven and come down to show the might and the power so that they are worshipped by people. And I think the loyalty pledge in Kenya was part of that, extension of autocratic regimes. Thank you, guys.
Hey, mnakwanga na historia. Thanks so much, GDS, for that. Justice for all.
Oh no, I'm so late because there's one more. I was kind of busy searching to what. Let me make sure I got Joe Kamau as presented, so I can respond. The final submission, I wouldn't be able to respond to that until I get the exact answer from my research. But I want to say this, that his presentation, well presented. Thank you for that. The problem is that Rosanne Akombe, unfortunately, my constituent lady, there was nothing constitutional violation for resignation, and it was not going to constitute any constitutional violation in terms of the way the IBC was constituted. So I think that part we need to be clear that it did not orchestrate any crisis at all. She simply resigned, and the answer is that she believed that the way things were being handled was correct. The point of that because you have to give absolute allegiance, which number one is just something you just coined, to be honest, with all due respect. There is no a provision that says that whether it's my again, I use whether it's my friend from New York or Belgium, wherever it is, if they are going to serve in the country and yet they are being citizens of another country, as long as they are dual citizens, they have equal right, equal protection, and equal allegiance to the country. And therefore, divide allegiance is something that you just coined it in your presentation, which I feel like probably, with due respect, needs to be challenged. To feel like I am not less alleged to the Kenyan electoral process just because I'm probably alleged to another country. And therefore, the case of my friend, constituents mate, Rosanna Kombe, serving at the UN, and maybe you thinking that she was alleged to the US, and therefore she cannot have full allegiance to Kenya. There's no evidence in law to that, and there's no legal provision that really allows you to make that allegation. Finally, you just made a final point that I thought was needs to be interrogated in the sense of like, okay, so then where are we? Should we bar people who have dual citizenship with full allegiance to their country and full allegiance to, and maybe full allegiance to the other country of residence? Should they be barred from serving in the country, whether in the constitutional offices, like being commissioners of IBC? There's nothing like that in law. So I think at that point, I am in disagreement with you that the specific case of Akombe, you probably make us say early version or early presentation. So I would say that. So I'll leave it at that, and then I will hear your submission. Thanks.
I want to hear from Gijides, and I'm also seeing Ismail about to speak to us. Quick update, we're at 41. Yes. Thank you so much, Kevin, for that tip. Gides, you have something, a rebuttal?
My question from the beginning was, what is a measure of patriotism? What is a measure of allegiance to a nation? I want to know what it is, because whenever we open a door for your citizenship, then we divide that allegiance. So what is a measure of the patriotism? That's number one. Number two, why didn't Akombe resign while she was already in the country? What would have happened? What was she trying to portray? Okay, a person takes the oath of office, commits to execute her role as a commissioner, takes an air ticket, that is paid by the nation to go inspect the printing of the papers, okay? That is a national duty, but in a well-prepared, predetermined course of action, she has an extra air ticket from Dubai to the New York, not known to anybody. That mid-air, she drops a resignation. Is that what you call patriotism? So I want to have answers for the two questions separate: the measure of patriotism and what patriotism did Akombe exhibit at the point when she resigned.
So the measure of patriotism, Gideon, and again, this is something we're going to argue based on perception and legality. Number one, if, for example, you are a citizen of Dubai and a citizen of Kenya, you can be a patriot of both countries, especially within the context of the law. If you are
maybe a born citizen of Kenya and maybe a citizen of Dubai or the US based on maybe naturalization, you can be patriotic to both countries. So I will leave that as the simplest response to your question, like what's the measure of patriotism? But the exhibition of patriotism, I think, is where the question is that then she leaves Kenya. You are making an allegation that she left Kenya on the Kenyan, what is it called, the Kenyan money, whatever, I don't know what that's, that somebody paid for her ticket through Dubai to the UN in New York to go there. And that, by the way, there is absolutely
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's what her position was, because she was on duty. She was going to inspect the printing of the papers.
And also, guys, if you want to make it about Roslina Kombe, she's my follower, so we could bring her here as well. So let's not talk about her for long. Let's not digress for that far. She's not as important into our conversation like that.
So let's leave it at that. For me answering our new friend Joe Tamao, that patriotism cannot be measured just because the person resigned. You can be patriotic, but her moving without notification, again, there's been speculation about because she was fearing for her life and needed some level of protection. So I don't think it defines whether she was patriotic or not. So I will leave it at that by saying that I don't think everything that happened around Rosalind had anything to do with lack or proof of patriotism. Thank you.
Away from that, Ismaili nilikuwa nomeinua mkono juu, then I can go to Mama Musa. Thank you so much, you guys, for tuning in.
Allow me to address the two questions from Jides. But before that, let me clarify something for him. When you're escaping one country to another, you don't need a dual citizenship to do so. A Kenyan can exit from Kenya, go to Germany, then apply for asylum. He doesn't need to have a Kenyan, German dual citizenship. So the question of Akombe moving from Kenya to US is irrespective of her having dual citizenship. Even if she didn't have dual citizenship, still she could have left Kenya and gone to the USA, applied for asylum, and accepted. So that's what GDS you need to understand on this. Let's go to the first question. What is patriotism and what is the extent of patriotism? Basically, patriotism is when a person pledges allegiance to that country, uphold and respect its constitution, not its constitution, not its leaders. And then that is patriotism. No. You uphold and respect the rules governing this country. But to the extreme end of patriotism could be in case a war breaks out, you are ready to take arms and defend the motherland with its women, with its children on the battlefront. That could be the extreme measures of patriotism. But during peace, it's enough to have pledged allegiance to Kenya and uphold and respect its constitution and rules. Another issue which you are speaking about, I don't want you guys to be so much fixated on this issue of patriotism to one specific country. Why? Because sometimes we have border communities and sometimes they usually have a lacuna in law. Sometimes we behave as if we have a law or an international law governing on how borders communities should be living, but in actual sense, we don't. So much so that you could be living in Busia, Kenya, and go and to the market in Busia, Uganda. But also you could be living in Busia, Uganda, around the Sofia areas at the no man's land, but come and attend your school in Busia, Kenya. So we have people who are living in the side of Uganda, but attend school in the side of Kenya. We have people who live in Moyale, but they'll go and purchase stuffs and attend to some issues in the other side of Ethiopia. So sometimes in the border communities, we have an influx and efflux of people operating on both sides. At the end of the day, we give them, most of the time, you even find them having documents in both nations. So you'll go around the borders, you'll find some people in the Karamoja. Sometimes you find them, some seasons they have crossed, they are feeding their cattle the other side, and some from Uganda have crossed and are feeding their cattle on this other side. And don't be very surprised when you get these people having documents on both sides and having dual nationality. So let's not be fixated on this thing as if it's kind of a religion. It suffices that if somebody was to come here and respect and is not a spy, he respects our rules, and in case of invasion, is ready to protect this country, this chap is a patriot. But I'll conclude by this saying, patriotism never pays at times. So don't just be so much fixated and ruminating about this issue of patriotism. In Kenya, it's not that we lack patriotism. No. Sometimes it's because of blind patriotism that we have that enables you to follow a leader blindly rather than the laws of the land. And in this country where we are living, sometimes you find people can demand for you to have some levels of patriotism. So that one time in this country, people were taking oaths around the central area to ensure that leadership will remain in that area. At the same time, let me not go back so much there, but have some intelligence when you are dealing with this patriotic issue. Thank you.
Naona African Journey yako hapa. How are you doing, African?
Yes, I am doing very well. Thank you for
Yes.
hosting the show. Thank you for your consistency, Pipita. I just shared a post on my timeline about this topic of patriotism. What I find interesting, in addition to what I shared, was the people who are recognized as patriots in Kenya. And maybe I want to hear from you guys what you think. We have Dedan Kimathi, Wangari Maathai, Jomo Kenyatta, Tom Mboya. I agree, Tom Mboya. Pio Jama Pinto, I don't even know who that is. Mekatili Wamenza, Paul Ngei, Koitalel Arap Samoei, John Michuki, and Mutula Kilonzo. If you're thinking about a Kenyan patriot and you're thinking about these names, do these names tell you that these people were patriots? I'm not sure. I've been learning a lot about Dedan Kimathi and the Mau Mau movement. And in my books, he's a patriot, you know. I have also learned a little bit about Tom Mboya, and then the fateful events that happened to him because he was trying to make changes in Kenya. He's a true patriot. I could say that Dr. Robert Ouko was a true patriot as well. And so some of the qualities that I was just seeing here, you know, starting with just basic things, respect the law, you know, participate in elections, serving community, fighting corruption, participating in election, and then defending human rights and also promoting education. So those are the attributes you should be thinking about when you're thinking about a patriot in Kenya. I know sometimes I've seen the patriot, like Paytriot. But it's also good to know who are the true patriots that we have that exist. So thank you. Great topic.
Thank you so much, Ferik and Jani, for that. I see, Jides, your hand is up. You came up with the question, Jides. Kuja, tuongeleshe.
Yes. So for me, I still feel that patriotism cannot be substituted. Okay. And the question of having geo-citizenship is a dilution of patriotism. You become neutral. That is, say, for example, there's a crisis between, let's say, for example, you hold geo-citizenship, Kenya and Uganda, and both of them are in a crisis. They are loggerheads. Okay, you're supposed to make a position. What position do you take? You certainly sit on the fence. Okay, because you don't have any allegiance to more allegiance to one over the other. Okay, and I want to say this: there are things that are sensitive, like allegiance and loyalty to the nation, that we take lightly. Okay, we take so lightly, yet they dictate our lives. Now, when we talk about, say, for example, loyalty to a marriage, okay, we say it is true you need to be married to one wife. It is true you need to be married to one husband. But we don't want to get married to one country. Okay, we only need to get engaged. You just get engaged to your country, but you don't want to get married to your country. And equally, we want to get married to a religion. I want to be a Christian. I want to be married to Christianity. I want to be married to Islamic, but I don't want to get married to my country. Where is the line? Why are you drawing it? Why are we diluting the loyalty to our nation? How well can we serve? How well can we dedicate our effort to serving our nation if we divide it? Thank you.
Very pertinent questions here. Let me see if there is a comment. Simba Deni is saying the government is trying to monitor us through Safaricom and our mobile phones. Be aware. Ismail, what do you have to say? You have a rebuttal?
When there's a conflict between two countries, which side should we be loyal to? Number one, when there's a conflict between countries, we should be loyal to justice, number one. For example, if I'm a Ugandan and Kenya and Uganda, they're fighting about Migingo, and my leader, Museveni, says, the water belongs to Kenya, but Migingo belongs to us. As a rational person, if I was a Ugandan citizen, I should say, there's no way the waters will belong to Kenya. The waters surrounding Migingo will belong to Kenya. But the rocky island is ours. To me, Migingo and the water surrounding it belongs to Kenya. If I'm a Kenyan and there's a conflict in the triangle between Kenya, Uganda, and Ethiopia, you guys, you need to go and check the map of Kenya. At independence, it didn't have a horn on the right side. Currently, the map has grown the horn. So why did the Kenyan map grow a horn between 63 and now? So even as a Kenyan, I should say, there appear to have been some corruption here. It seems that basically the soldiers carried the beacons and walked like 100 and something kilometers and planted those beacons. And since they were taking care of the security at that time, they had the latitude to do that. So the growth of the horn cutting across Uganda and into Ethiopia, the growing of this horn was due to our interference with the triangle. So even as a Kenyan, I should be able to say that we need to follow justice, even as we discuss this issue, then we discuss now what is the advantage and disadvantage vis-a-vis this thing. Because so you remember at one time there's a river between Kenya and Ethiopia. So one time our header said to cross the border and go and but at independence, then his emperor said that no, there's no need. Kenya, we are brothers. Kenyans are from us and we are from Kenya. That's a good opening. So let us move back and allow the river to be the border so that Kenyan can access water and also we can access water. So when the emperor declared so, we Kenyans were very happy. Not only had we gotten some extra land, but that was not important. We had some access to the river. We were so happy and very happy and so excited that we decided that the embassy of Ethiopia will be next to State House. So that in case of communication, there'll be an easy form of communication. So that's how we live with our neighbors. Sometimes we give and take, but the rules of natural justice should always be guiding us rather than force. So Migingo should be Kenyans, but the triangle, we should say that we stole some Ugandan land and we stole some Ethiopian land. But the other land up to the river, at least we were given by Haile Selassie, His Majesty. So this is how we need to navigate this issue. But the point which I will agree with GDS is that post a certain position in government, you'll need to drop one of the citizenship. For example, it wouldn't be wise for you to be a deputy president or a president and you have dual citizenship, whether it is Kenyan American, because now in extension you just be an American citizen working for the USA. So post a certain point, I'll agree with GDS, but still GDS, you don't need to approach these things with a very kind of blind mindset. Let's have some rules of national justice. Let's understand, even as we are talking about borders and countries and patriotism, we have Luyas in Uganda and also Luyas in Kenya. We have Masais in Tanzania and Masais in Kenya. So much that sometimes with the season and changing, we're forced to kind of crisscross borders. And not only Masais and their cattle, but all animals. They usually crisscross Tanzanian. Be flexible a bit when we are dealing with the artificial borders and the modern nation state. Thank you.
Kuna mtu mic yake inajifungua fungua, sijafurahia. Bionic, how are you doing? I saw you were commenting on the comment section. I see African has commented on us on that the West needs that horn to access the Middle East. Oh yes, so that is what African is saying. Ameweka picha, you can check it on the comment section. How are you doing, Bionic?
Hi, Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I just wanted to comment on the speaker who was talking about Akombe fleeing. Let's just remember why she was fleeing. I know you closed this topic of Akombe, but it's important that we mention why she was fleeing. Her life was in danger, and her life was in danger because she had also just lost her friend, Msando, who was murdered and his finger chopped off. Why was his finger chopped off? Because he refused to give up codes to the ICT system for the IEBC. So if and to answer someone else who was asking what is the price or what is the price of patriotism, that is the price of patriotism, is giving up your life for your country. Msando gave up his life by refusing to give up the codes willingly or refusing to be paid. He refused to give that up in a bid to protect the IEBC, the integrity of the IEBC, and by extension, the election. So that is the highest price of patriotism, is giving up your life for your country. And just to respond to the lady who was asking who Pio Gama Pinto was, he was also, his real name was Opio Gama Pinto. I suggest you look him up. He was a lawyer. He was on par with Tom Mboya. He was one of the first lawyers in East Africa. And he was also a politician, and he was assassinated by the Kenyatta regime back in the early independence days. So I wanted to specify that let's not lose sight of why Akombe was fleeing. Her life was in danger because Msando had just given up his life for the country. And that's all. Thank you.
All right, and that is for sure. I think that was the time when he disappeared, and then one moment people are just there. I don't know why we move on so fast for some things, guys. You know, it looks so far off because of the things that we have gone through through all this time. So yeah, I think thank you so much for that, Bionic, for also clarifying that for our brother and also us. Ladies and gentlemen, we're 2 minutes to 8 p.m. That is our final hour. Africa and Johnny, tell us about what you've shared on the map, kindly, if you can.
The only way that the West can access the Far East or the Middle East, and that part crossing that Red Sea, the Suez Canal, is through the east part of Africa. And if you look at the history of the British East Africa and what they wanted to do, they wanted to reach Far East India. And they figured out that if they had ports along the Indian Ocean all the way to the Horn of Africa, that it would be much easier for them to be able to access those areas without having to, look like they are invading. And I'm putting invading in quotes. And so when you see the borders getting extended and people putting up certain stations in certain places, it's usually so they have an access or a path to a different area that they want to go into. You'd have to look into the history of capitalism versus communism from back in the day in order to fill in the gaps with why they would be interested in that part of Africa. And if you all know from how we were taught in our history classes, Ethiopia was one of the countries that really, really managed to fend off the Western powers. And that's not usually a good thing. It's looked at, people look at that like, oh, there's no way they defeated us. Here's another way we can get them. Just like what's going on in Hawaii. Hawaii was the first nation to have a successful revolution. And ever since then, they've been through a lot, just a lot of things being thrown at them. So you can take Ethiopia as that case example. And you can also look into what Muammar Gaddafi, Libya, was trying to do back in the day in order to understand the context of why it's very crucial for them to be able to access that Far East anytime they need to. Thank you.
Thank you for that, African journey. I don't want to act like I know, so I'm going to let people who understand it talk to us. Ismail Luta, I see your hand is going up. Talk to us.
No, I just wanted to comment on Pio Gama Pinto because when the good lady read the list of the patriotic Kenyans, she seems not to comment so much on Pio Gama Pinto, but he was an Indian activist. He really helped Kenya during the fight of independence. Suffice to say that pre-independence he was a thorn to the British, and post-independence he was also a thorn to the Kenyatta regime because he used to stand for the rights of the people. His biggest contribution is that since he was a journalist through his writing, he acted as a mouthpiece for the Mau Mau through writing those magazines and chronicles. But another interesting thing which even made him to be sought was he could supply the Mau Mau with arms. So those two roles, in terms of the media, where he was so much focused, to the extent that when his dowry was paid, you know, Indians, it's the female who pay the man dowry. He used that money to buy the printer, and that printer, he was printing articles and acting as a mouthpiece for Mau Mau. But he also ensured Mau Mau were being supplied with the necessary weapons that they needed. So just those two elements will suffice to put him in the halls of fame. But what was interesting post-independence is that he stood and told Kenyatta the way he was now starting to behave and accumulating wealth, that was so much land accumulation, wasn't the right direction that they had expected as somebody who were fighting with them, the colonialist. So yes, Pio Gamapinto is usually a forgotten Kenyan freedom fighter, and we need to be reminding ourselves about him. As much as he was Indian, he really fought for the Kenya. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for also helping us get that. I see. We also remember to sign that memorandum, guys. The one that we don't want to add more years, unless you want to. So it's a democracy. Yes. There's a lot of information that has flown today from earlier on when we were talking about the government's plan to start recording IME numbers, that is international mobile I think identification. The number that is used to identify your phone, normally it has two, because you have two phones. Basically, if you have a dual line phone kama sisi wenye tuko kwa hizi ma dual line, so two IME numbers. So what is happening is the Communication Authority has said that mobile distributors need to find when you're wanauza simu should now start recording the IME numbers with KRA before selling to ensure tax compliance. So guys were a bit concerned about it. I don't know what you guys feel about the whole conversation. I would maybe like to hear your opinion on that as well. And do you think is a breach of data? African.
Real quick, I also want to note that at the bottom of that document, they talk about a November date, that this is only applicable for phones that were, I don't know, manufactured on November. And why is that? If you really want to collect data, why aren't you collecting the data from the previous phones that have already existed? Why do you just want to collect data from the current phones? Or maybe I'm just not interpreting it, but there's a fine print at the bottom of that document that talks about the applicable phones that will meet these criteria.
The document also speaks about the local manufacturers having to also have that. So yeah, they're not talking about these 30 million plus mobile devices that are working right now in the country. They're targeting the new ones. So I tend to think it's a way of adding money to to their pockets. Yeah, because
So that's the point I'm trying to make is what is the purpose of tracking phones going forward when there's millions of phones that exist right now? Like, what are they saying? What is the rationale? They don't need to monitor the people who already have phones, but just the newer phones?
like a security issue. I don't know, but that does not make even a sense. Hata kama ni a security issue, you know, because we all of us are also online right now. Eh?
Unless maybe they also installed something secretly and they didn't tell us, and then now they're just telling us, oh, we're gonna do these on the newer models, and then down the road you'll never really know, oh, was my model new or old when this was implemented? You know, there's a funny way this thing works, but that's what really caught my attention is, why would you only want to do it for the newer phones? Don't you care about monitoring the current ones? And the other aspect as well, it might just be, are you already monitoring us and you're just not telling us?
Very pertinent questions. Wiki Aarons, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. We have background noise. Let me get what we're discussing. If then I've just joined now, please.
Go to the listeners. Go to the listeners, Baba. Go to the listeners. Thank you, though. All right, I'm going to read one or more comments. Let me see if there's a new one here that we might want to read. That one is the one from the government is trying to monitor us. I don't know. You know, sasa watu wenye wako na simu mpya peke yake ndo wako under watch sasa. I don't get the rationale. Probably one day we'll get to understand why they had that plan. But as of now, we are as blank as they come. One thing I've noticed is people have various thoughts especially in what is happening in our country. See, kama your situation ya Roslina Kombe, it has been interpreted differently. Yeah, you know. And I noticed that that is the same way we also interpret our history. Kuna watu wenye wanasikia history yetu different na kuna wenye tunaisikia differently. But I like the fact that people are coming out to share their knowledge in history, some of which you can't get in books. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
The only true history that you'll ever learn is the history that you yourself do your research to, because the powers that be will always want to teach you the history that they want you to learn. So that's a very good point.
So guys, let's also keep that moving. Maybe Bionic, you have something to add. There's been a lot of things that are happening. We are getting thrown a lot of things on our side, yeah.
Not right now, thanks, but I'll just keep listening, and if something comes up, I'll be sure to put my hand up. Thank you, Pipita.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Let me see, I'm seeing Mau coming to the mic. Maybe they have something to talk to us about. We have about 50 minutes to the top of the hour, so usifungiwe nje. Mau, how are you doing?
Pete, good evening. I'm doing well. What about
Yes,
you?
I'm doing amazing. Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity. I greet everyone on the platform this evening, and let me say that I would like to say it is indeed there are very many things that are happening in our nation, especially the apex. You know, when you talk about the leadership, you know, we have a government that does not care about who put them there. I tend to incline my blame to the former president, Emilio Mwai Kibaki. May his soul rest in peace. All what is happening in the government, and especially at the executive level, is because he allowed President Moi to retire in peace. He never, and I repeat, and I want to reiterate myself, that he never took it upon himself to make the former president, Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, carry his own cross for the atrocities that he did during his term for all the crime economically, killing Kenyans economically, killing Kenyans lifelessly, then that did set a precedent. And that is why you can see the subsequent regimes can let the retiring president go scot-free after doing all manner of nonsense. Look at what is now happening. There is no one who came forward to explain to us what happened with the SGR. Trillions of money, as it was said by Jimmy Wajigi, were paid. Actually, it was paid to the tune of $1 trillion. Yet, the president is walking scot-free. We are told that he is sick, yet we can see him walking in the corridors of power in other countries to go and greet and talk to them. You see, that is the place and the point where our country went the wrong direction. 2002, when President Kibaki took over and allowed Moi to go scot-free. That will continue hurting Kenya. That is why you can see the current regime can do what it's doing, because it knows that whoever you come after them will take care of their own interest. That is why the Adani deal will go through. That is why the Kentraco will go through. And that is why Chief nonsense are here with us. Kenyans are dying without receiving medication. Kenyans are dying when they have paid NHIF, yet they cannot work for them. This is why we are here. I squarely blame President former Emilio Moi Kibaki. May his soul rest in peace. Going forward, we need, as the current generation, we need to reclaim our own nation. When we leave it to the politician, definitely Kenya is going to the dogs. And that is where we are headed. We don't have any reasonable politician as it is currently constituted in our National Assembly. We saw them debating nonsensical issues and, broadcasting it all over, consuming our airtime, consuming our money. Yet when it comes to issues that are affecting common man, a person that voted in the same government, they are kidnapped, they are later found dumped after their body is being mutilated. Kenyans, I would like to urge you, we are told that the bill to extend the presidential term and all other political terms is about to be presented for the second reading. I'm telling you, Kenyans, we must rise up. It is not a joke. We must reclaim, and leaving it to the politician, there is no, and I want to repeat, there is no way Kenya is going to be free with our currently constituted clique of politicians. These are cabals of thieves, wezi ambao hakuna kitu chochote ambacho watawafanyia nyinyi, watanifanyia mimi kama Mkenya. I would like to urge you, kindly, let's rise up and reclaim our nation. Thank you, PP, for the opportunity. I would like to add at that point.
Wow, very powerful, Bwana Mau Mau, and thank you so much for speaking to the space today. African says for SGR you have T9 to start in Congo. They want a rail line from Mombasa to the heart of Africa. A lot of information being shared on this space today. Also, kama kawaida, Homeland PB comes to you each and every day from 4 p.m. all the way to 9 p.m. East African. So yes, naona nani yako ndani. Wiki is trying to come back. Sijui kama ametoka kwenye noisy background. Our two is just trying to come to the microphone. But we have about 43 minutes, of course, to talk about what is going on. And of course, jamaa anasema tulikuwa anasema jamani mgonjwa na mimi namuona tu. Mmempeleka Ishaweri gani by the way? Because the Ishaweri I am seeing he is doing is amekuwa tu akifanya gigs za AFCON. Yeye ndio AFCON mwenyewe because he has been in every concert ninaona peacekeeping concert haimkosi. Anapata hiyo concert immediately. I think hiyo gig inalipa poa. Yeah. Wiki, what do you have to tell to us?
Yes, PP. My submission today, I'm just concerned about the life of our university girls.
What is
These
happening?
girls, the life of our university girls. The ladies who are disappearing, then found dead. The question we are asking that is it that there are some people who can operate without the security team from the government getting them, or who is this doing exactly all these things? We have not seen any MP going to the parliament, even asking the same question to the security sector. What is going on? I'm pleading with the parents who are in this space that please make a frequent call to your daughters in the university, more so in first year and second years. Be concerned, make friends with them. Second thing is this, if I want to mention something to do with the current state of the state of affairs of our nation, is that we have a president who is working with the constitution which he opposed in the first place. He will never like it. Right now, he has known majority of people have run away from him. He has bought both houses, parliament, both houses, the parliament, that is Senate and the National Assembly. And we are seeing him going for the judiciary too because he has bought the opposition. And if you look at him coming to the public and opposing what Cherargei said about extension of the presidential term, I want you to look at the character and the nature of the person who's saying that he doesn't want such a thing to come to the public. This is the first person who said he will never have a handshake, and he did it. He said he will never mistreat his deputy. Now we are seeing impeachment motion. Remember, the guy is a master of reverse psychology. And that is exactly what he wants. Remember, in this year, in the month of July, there was a motion in the parliament which proposes vehicles to be used as polling stations in the coming general election. In fact, it was called Election Amendment Bill 2024. The guy has taken longer to constitute IBC. The guy is scheming very well to come and rig in the coming election because he knows he has no majority. And that is why the ideas are coming from the people like Cherargei to come and increase the presidential term limit. In fact, he doesn't even want that 7 years. He want to make it to be like the one of Uganda. Now, in Kenya, we also have categories of people. Unfortunately, citizens are few. I use the word citizen to refer to very responsible group, people who are concerned about the national affairs or country affairs. The only way to make majority people become citizens is proper civic education. Because as we focus our minds in the impeachment motion, remember what is happening in our institutions. Even what minister said, teachers are not enough. Now we are going to have 2 classes in primary schools. We don't know who is going to teach them. There is no funding in the post-primary education system. Funding has been made quite difficult. We have seen changes even in the security sector where the KDF were deployed. Remember that rule has never been reversed. So we see someone who wants to induce fear in the public to those who may come to oppose him. So in my observation, those who are around president are not there because they like him. They are there because they fear him. So I urge a friend to tell a friend, a relative to tell a relative, let us do proper civic education. I talked about categories of people. I talked about we have citizens and we have tribalists. People who only think that they are safe in the hands of people who speak the same language as theirs. The only way is proper civic education and to do away with this thing called tribalism. Thank you very much for the time you have given me, PP.
Thank you for that, Wiki, and also bringing it to attention on that issue of university students at Meet Mike. Thank you. I know that I even raised it that we are having a lot of disappearances, and have you noticed that right now many people get lost, they wind up dead. Yani ukiona tu mtu ako lost unaogopa tu because you find out sijui alipatikana kwa lake gani. You see, like hadi wanapata mistaken identity. Miili inauawa mpaka hata hawajui huyu ni nani, wanapima ya DNA, nothing. Yeah. We have never gotten answers on who killed one of our listeners here called Nguka Oduor, who was found dead in Machakos. He was buried I think 2-3 weeks ago. One of our listeners here, it's a true story that, yeah, we tried to find out from the family, but it became hard. So the police officer came and told them that ameenda lunch at our pigia ako leave. And that is how that case has been disappeared. So we are really living through very treacherous times. Malia. Unanisikia kweli? I don't think nakusikia Malia. Watch, refresh. Much for tuning in to Home Run People, ladies and gentlemen. We are trying to refresh the network. So if you can hear me, Malia. request the microphone. I'll bring you back on air. And sorry for that technical hitch where we have gone a bit off. Of course, home reported by you, the listener. If you like what you're doing, there is a tip Jalide 0721 948 where you can drop your support for us. Right. While we are here, I want to talk about what we have been going through. And of course, thank you so much, Wiki, for bringing that up. It takes a lot of courage to speak about some injustices. And I think we need all the voices at this point. So thank you so much for coming out and talking about that situation. So parents, make sure you talk to your kids bana, your siblings. Siku hizi mpaka una confirm, unaongelesha once in every day unahakisha ume contact them. Femicide ni kama tena inataka kurudi to the body which was picked somewhere in Dagoretti or something. Yeah. It's the where's Malia? Pande Pillar Studio nasema nini? Pande Pillar Studio nasema wait, what is? Judge issues fresh orders after DNA shows body not of missing Wajir MCA. Yeah. Sinimwambia. Sorry. Yeah. Huyo MCA amepotea. Imagine a whole MCA was picked here in Nairobi and he has never been seen again. They found a body in Wajir and they thought it was him. After DNA search, it was not them. So our judge imebidi tena awarudishe tena kutafuta mwili. So mi nashindwa jamani, what is happening? Yeah. And of course lawyers leo wamenitoroka, wamesema law is very clear. Hamtaki tuongelesha leo. Tumeuliza a lot of constitutional questions na mmeshindwa kuja kujibu. But yeah, we hope we find time for you. I'll also bring one of our own. Amekuwa mpotevu siku hizi. But we'll find him and bring him here so that he can address one or two things, of course, regarding the constitution. Yeah, so thank you so much kwa wale wote wamecontribute siku ya leo. It's almost 9. So I don't know if there is somebody who has final words, of course, to add into this conversation would be much appreciated. Lakini hiyo story ya Wajir MCA nayo inanistua. You know, I've seen like 2, 3, 4 stories za watu wamemalizwa. Sasa nashangaa namna ni gani hapa? Let me read that one. It's actually new. The High Court issued indication that the Wajir MCA Yusuf Ahmed, who went missing in September, be produced dead or alive. Yaani siku hizi ukipotea tu ni dead or alive. The ruling of the Nairobi High Court Judge Alexander Muteti came after DNA results showed that a body earlier retrieved from Lake Yakubu in Wajir, the missing MCA. The defense team argued in court. The government, in an attempt to mislead the family, the defense argued in court that the government may have deposited a wrong body in Lake Yahud in an attempt to mislead the family of the missing MCA. And then they went ahead to say the family lawyer representing family Dunstan Omari further told the court that DNA samples after collected from the body revealed that 2 tests had been done to the body, none of which matched. My lord, I have instructed that the body that was found in Wajir was a government calculated move to act as a decoy. Hadi wako na mwili za kuweka decoy. The body was a decoy to take the family to go and bury somebody for closure. Omari maintained. According to Omari, the government chief pathology Johnson Ador has confirmed to him that after analysis of the 2 DNA samples, the result did not match with any of the samples that were presented. Results, and so results came from the government facility called Kemri, and the doctor who did that analysis is presented here. From the bar, the doctor Udur confirmed that the results were negative. I did personally call the government pathologist Johannes Sodor and told him that this matter is coming before you at 2 a.m. And he told me that the report is being typed and the government analyst will be in court at 2 p.m. He added. The prosecution represented by the Office of the Attorney General and the ODPP, on the other hand, applied for 2 more days to conclude investigation after results hinted that the MCA could still be alive. So why are they presenting dead bodies to the families if this guy is alive? The latest twist comes after 2 days after a body believed to be that of the missing MCA was discovered in the lake. The body was badly mutilated with the eyes gouged out, sheesh, while the nose and hands were chopped off. Wait.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pipi.
Hatari sana. Hatari sana. Yeah? I don't know if you guys are getting all this information, but I'm really concerned at this moment. Tumefika hii level ya mutilation lini? Eh? So that MCA is anakisiwa kwa hai, but his perceived body was thrown kwa barabara. So heartbreaking. So that is another family that is missing a body right now. That is it. There's a family that has not buried their loved one, so that somebody can be deposited at a lake, and then he gets buried elsewhere. Yeah. Watu kunja na move different. If let me look at also what is also happening in the other parts. Na leo Malia amepotelea wapi tena? Is the mic hot? Ama ni mimi ndo? Can you hear me? Ama niko tu hapa hivi na najiongelesha? Can you hear me, Bionic?
Yeah, I can hear you, Pipi.
All right. Ni watu tu hawana maoni kabisa. I understand. So yes, thank you for keeping me company. Wacha tungoje tuone kama mtu atakuja kutusalimia kabla tufunge kazi.
Can I say something?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Just thinking about the atrocity of people's eyes being gouged out and limbs being, especially the chopping of hands. That reminds me of the most evil colonialist that ever was, King Leopold. Remember, he used to cut their hands if they were working slowly or if they were perceived not to be digging for whatever minerals he wanted at the time. If they were not digging fast enough, he would have their hands chopped off as a sign to the others that this could happen to them. This chopping of limbs also happened in Sierra Leone when they had the civil war in the 90s. Though that was not a colonialism thing, it was more of the ethnic tribes fighting against each other in the militias, inflicting fear on and it was mostly children because they would abduct kids to join the militias, and the kids who refused to join had their hands chopped off, so they'd walk around the village or wherever they were with missing a limb, and it would be a sign either that they to everybody. So fear, it was a way to inflict fear. So thinking about now what's happening in Kenya, and these atrocities that are happening in Kenya.
Bionic, are you there? It looks like I've lost you.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Hello?
Bionic?
Nico? Hello? 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 Can anybody hear me? Yeah. Hello?
Can you hear me, Bionic? I don't know if Bionic, I lost you, but you can request the microphone and listen to me, and come back to the mic. But yes, that was quite a history walk there. I remember that Leopold Senghor thing. He is also the one who used to take people for museums to be watched. If you can hear me, request your mic. Maybe give us more of that. Ndio nimekuona. Hi. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Happened. But
But
just
you're
to,
telling me about the kids that were hands were chopped off.
yeah, in Sierra Leone, during the civil war, and it also happened in Uganda, in northern Uganda, when they had when they were deep in the throes of the civil war as well. So it's not new in Africa, and it seems like it's being replicated now in Kenya. So I don't know if there's an influence from outside Kenya now that we have so many outsiders or foreigners in our midst, or in Kenya, in the midst of Kenyans, living with Kenyans. But it's not. I'm not surprised to hear it. I'm just really disappointed and afraid that this kind of SHIT has reached, the Kenyan shores. So the worst thing is that the government of the day and the overseers of the government of the day are in bed together. So we cannot rely on the West calling out what's going on, because their darling is sitting in the state house, so they're not gonna embarrass themselves because they went out and gave him a state dinner as when he came to Washington, D.C., and now they're not gonna turn against him. You know what I'm saying? So we are on our own. Kenyans we are on our own. And I just wanted to mention that it's just getting worse, progressively getting worse. The way the things that are happening and the intensity of how they're happening, and the level of the atrocity is so evil. That's all I wanted to share. Thanks.
It is indeed very, it is also a scare tactic, and I feel like that is also could be a psyop,
Yeah, for sure. It's inducing a lot of fear, it's within people. And we've had this freedom of speech now after the new constitution, but the things that are happening are going to kind of not, they're going to affect people's ability to speak freely out of fear, especially with all these abductions. Now it's kind of like you don't know who's listening to you. You don't know if your phone is back, like the other lady was saying. So it's a psyop. Yeah, it's psychologically playing with our minds, and yet we have freedom of speech. So you have to think twice before you speak, because you don't know who's listening, and they can find you anywhere, within the Kenyan borders at least, and then you may never be seen again. It's crazy.
And somebody was saying, people now have the ability to if they have money, they can take you out, and it's becoming a communication that in Kenya you can be taken out if you have money. Malia Davis, how are you doing?
Yeah.
Malia, uko hapo? Leo ni kama Malia asikiki nini? Jambo Malia, I can't hear you. Ebu re-request again. Or can you hear her, Bionic?
No, I cannot hear her.
Malia. Na alikuwa anatuongelesha tu hapa venye space imeanza. I don't know what happened. Kindly refresh your mic, Malia, and quickly hop on and talk to us. It's quite a journey when you have to cover bad news after bad news. People think you look for them, yeah, but they don't. You just find them. They find you. Mm. They really do. I really don't understand. But let me see if Malia can come to the mic in the next 2 minutes. We have really gone through
Can
it
you hear
all.
me?
Yes, I
Can
can
you
hear
hear
you
me?
now, Malia. Naweza kusikia.
Okay. So I'm saying that this body which was found, which was being suspected that it's for the Wajir MCA, was badly mutilated. It was burnt. There were signs of severe torture on the body. But once they did the DNA tests, they discovered that that's not the person. So you wonder then, who is this person? And you see the cases which we are getting. You can see, okay, some of them are of college or university students, but there's this one for the manager of G4S or Wells Fargo, the HR manager, and he was also having the same kind of torture signs. His eyes were gouged out, his nose was cut off, some very bad kind of thing. And the same happened to the Somalis, the Somali ladies and their mother. Okay, I've heard from the news that police are following a lead that this could have been her husband's second wife, because the husband lives abroad and he has a wife there. So she had come over, they had come over sometime recently, and the police is seriously following that lead, because when there's a lot of torture on the body, usually it's done by somebody who knows you or who has a vendetta with you. A normal robber will not start chopping off removing your eyes, chopping off your fingers and those kinds of things. But it can go to show you that if at all we can be having a body which nobody knows whose body this is, and it's just somewhere in a river or something, and then they find it, and then they find that there is a problem with our country in terms of security, because although I'm hearing this Wajir MCA had disagreed on the budget for Wajir, I don't know, maybe that could have been one of the reasons that now he has gone missing. But you see nowadays, just disagreeing with somebody, or you decide you're going to give witness in a case where the person will be accused. Those are enough. That is enough to get you killed in Kenya, by the way. So it's like discouraging people from coming out and or disagreeing with the people, the powers that be. Our security is really bad, because even in that area where the HR manager was found, the locals were talking about other people also having been killed in the same area, but theirs probably was robbery. So, because of the state of the economy, the insecurity is too high. There's too much crime. There's a lot of crime right now because of how the economy is. So even the area people who are in that center, they were saying that they have to close their businesses. They have to either leave early, because once it gets dark now, it's very dangerous for them. There is someone who was talking about these university girls and how they are getting killed at a high rate, and saying that may just keep in touch with them to find out how they're doing and to make sure they're okay. But you see, like this recent case of the daughter of the MCA, they had just talked, I think, the previous day or so, and then she went out with an older lady who arranges kind of like a pimp. She looks for men to connect to these women, to these young girls. So you see, I think a lot of these girls, when they're coming from home, they've lived a sheltered life. Most of them probably they might have been in a girls' boarding school. They've not dealt with men. They may not even be in touch so much with what is okay. Maybe they might be seeing it on TV, but they're like, it can never happen to me. So I think parents should also take it upon themselves to have a very serious chat with your daughter, to explain to her that you can see this has been happening to other girls. So when you go to university, avoid this kind of situations whereby someone calls you for a party. Somebody's just calling you for a party, and because most of these girls who have been being killed, first of all, the number one problem which we have seen is parties, going to parties, that they were in a party and then the girl was thrown down, but now they say she committed suicide. So I would say, because of the way we live in a capitalistic society, it's like, because you as a man, you have money, or there are men who have money, so they want to use this money to lure these girls into these so-called parties. And then when the girl maybe goes there, she was not well informed that these people, they are spending money on you, expecting that you'll sleep with them. So maybe the girls resist, and they're like, that's not what I thought. This was just a party, or those kinds of things. And then they end up being maybe raped and killed, because all these girls, by the way, they're being defiled. Even that one was defiled. Another one also, who I saw yesterday, the sister was crying. She was also defiled by a man. So I think parents, we now have to take matters into their hands, into your own hands, because now you see how the situation is. I mean, and me, I can't blame the girls, because they're so innocent. It's being naive. It's just you're innocent, because like even the case for that Waeni, who's the worst case scenario we have seen in Kenya, the one was chopped off her limbs and her head, and they couldn't find the head until later. That girl was remembering, because some few cases had happened right before that one happened to her, and she was when she was texting with the man, because the man now didn't give her a telephone number. They were messaging on I don't know, it was which social media, and the lady was expressing fear that why are you insisting so much that we meet? Do you want to kill me like the way these other girls were killed? And then the guy is dismissing. But you see, the thing is, when you are younger, you don't think it can happen to you. And now I know parents, you find it hard to discuss these things with your children, because you feel like maybe you are taking away their innocence too early by bringing the problems of the world into their mind, yet they are still young. But now, you see, if you'll not have a talk with them, if you won't talk with them, imagine what will happen. It will just be the worst, and you'll regret, because you'll be like, I saw this happen to so many girls, but when it came time for my daughter to go to college, I never sat her down and told her, look out for this type of situation. Don't go to these parties which people are having. You see, this other lady, she went to the party, She was just like you. She was just a young college girl. She was thrown down the building, and then they said she committed suicide. You know, those words, you know, when you tell someone, when you tell someone, when they see the signs, it will come back to them. But now you've never had any discussions. You are just assuming that your daughter is bright enough to. She may not be bright enough, because, like, if it's her friend who has invited her to a party, you know, if you had not told her that parties can be bad, you can die in a party, you can be killed in a party, you can be dragged and raped in a party, she will not probably think that. She'll just be like, those are things that happen to other people. So I think because now there's nothing much, we cannot control the people who are doing these kinds of things, of killing these girls, because some of them, even they are like the most recent case now, I saw the guy was a KDF, and the lady was a student in University of Nairobi. So he killed her, and then he called his friend to go and get rid of the body, to dispose the body. So you see, if this lady, I believe, if this lady had some counsel particularly from parents, you know, parents, it means a lot when you just talk to someone, to your child. I know it's very hard to start confronting such difficult issues when the child is on the way to school, but now you have to do it, to tell them that, you see, if you get all these people, they were having boyfriends who are KDF, the other lady who was killed, the boyfriend was a DJ, but he was behind the scenes, he was a thug, and then she found out that this guy is a thug, you know, and now after finding out the guy is a thug and confronting him, he killed her, you see. So it's just good to tell your child that, you know, even if you need some money, why don't you talk to me? I give you the money. I'll try my best to get you the money. Instead of it being that it's a man who is giving out the money, then it comes to a point where maybe she decides that the relationship is toxic, and she doesn't want to continue in the relationship, and the man now tells her that you have been spending my money, so now return my money or I kill you. You know, those kinds of things. You really have to do a lot of discussion before your child goes, and even men, because also boy children, they go into these universities, wanaingia kwa mambo ya wash, wanaingia kwa mambo ya madawa, then the next thing you hear your son was in a serious wash and he ended up being killed by somebody he conned or something like that. So as parents, it's just, you have to, it's very hard things, they're hard things, but it's better it comes from you than the person being taught by the world. That's the thing that's the thing I can say, because this issue, it's become too much. If you count the number of girls who are dying, there was a time when it's like every single month there was 1 or 2 girls dying. Those are very many people, and you see, these are productive members of the society, because people who are in their 20s, who are about to graduate, or who are in campus, you have raised the person from, invested yourself. When the person is about now to become an independent adult, they end up being killed, you see. So parents, please, these things we have to discuss, because there's no other ways. It's better you discuss with the girl what is happening and what can happen to her out here, than you go and end up on the TV that your child was killed because of she was with this man or the ex-boyfriend. Like this one of the mother is an MCA. Apparently
Allah.
it was her ex-boyfriend who
Malia.
killed her. Yes. Yes, you can't hear me, Pipita. Pipita.
I can hear you, Malua.
Okay, Ama Pipita has a problem.
Yeah, probably.
So what I was saying, what I'm saying is, this issue has gone far enough. You see, like this lady who is the MCA, I was hearing her talking about the girl, you know, she's my friend, we are very close. Yeah, fine, you can be close and you can be friends, but that doesn't stop you from just telling your child the ugly reality of the world, the Kenya we are living in right now. Because right now, as you even your personal security when you go out to parties, and when you're out at night, Me myself, I'm a grown adult. I even avoid being out at night because the state of the economy, if people are out to kill, I mean to steal at night. So I try my best. I'm in the house when it's early because the situation out here is bad. You may be out, you have gone to party, mnakutana na a gang, they even gang rape you, they may kill you or not, they steal your valuable. You see, then you are traumatized for life, or they infect you with some. So there's so much which is happening that you have to take your personal security very seriously, you know. And even if it's a party, why can't you go and party during the day? Why do you have to go to parties at night? You see. So all these things, unfortunately, the society is rotten now. So there's nothing else. You just have to tell your child the truth, how it is. That if they joke kidogo like this, the next thing they'll be dead. Because these girls, I can't lie to you, it's naivety which is bothering them. They're just naive and they're not getting anyone to tell them the reality of the dangers which are out here. Thank you.
Asante kwa hilo kwa hiyo submission, Miss Malia. It gets us to 3 minutes to 9 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time we're about to end Home Run with PP. Thank you so much for chilling with me here today. Wiki, nimekuona umerudi, you brought up that issue of our ladies and what is going on. What can you say to us?
Thank you, PP, for this time now. PP, there's something I like how my sister have just spoken concerning the issue on how to even manage these ladies, even how to be close to them, something like that. But we have people who are paid by our tax. People work because of the taxpayers' money. Is there any secret, something beyond this which we cannot find out and come with a resolution once and for all? Because you can't say that somebody killed and that person cannot be found, cannot be prosecuted, cannot be arrested. I'm also seeing a failure in the side of the government. We have a good intelligence in Kenya, and we can't assume that the intelligence can't even realize that we have, if it is a secret society which only deal with girl child or body parts from the girls, or it is money ritual. It is something which they should establish and bring this reality to the public, so that people can know. How will we trust that the young men are working on their own, or they are agents of other people? We saw people killed and chopped and kept in the dustbin. So this is something we cannot assume. Same thing happened to our people when we were protesting in the street. Do you know there are some families who have not received their family members, those who died during the protest? And no one, no MP has ever even taken a motion to the parliament or even a question to ask the security sector to give us proper explanation. Do they want us to take up that this is the norm? This is the order of the day. You see, the other part of it is that it can make citizens to forget that, we are forgetting very fast. This matter come to our realization when another incident occurs. But before the other incidents, people are just okay and it is normal and no one talks about it. As people buried their heads in the impeachment motion, people stopped questioning where the bodies of those who died during the protest were taken to. And none of those people who went to the street had guns. They were killed, to be precise. They were killed, and those who killed them are people who had guns. People who have guns are the policemen and security officers in the Kenyan government. Now, the Kenyan government, do they want to tell us that there are people who are operating out of the law, who cannot be traced and be gotten, so that our children or our people get justice? We are calling the government or the security sector to give us solutions to these problems, because
we cannot go out to take the law in our hands so that we do a revenge to those people who we may perceive or believe to have caused harm to our siblings in the universities. Thank you, our sister, for telling us that we need to tell the children or the girls the truth. Let's tell them about the dead wolves. In reality, don't feel that they are too young to understand, because they are watching these things in the television, they are seeing them in the magazine. These issues are everywhere, even from the stories from their friends. It is something which is already in their mind. So telling them that partying, if somebody is inviting you at a party, if it is something, for example, today is Thursday, somebody inviting you tomorrow, because a killing is not a one-day plan, even if it is someone whom you love, whom you have an affair with. A killing process is something which starts in somebody's mind, and it is something planned for a period of a given time, so that for it to be executed. Now, government must let security sectors work for the citizens. Note that security can only work for them. You take an incident where we had a scenario where a motorist who assaulted a certain lady who was not a Kenyan. That case was taken as fast and the guy was arrested immediately. Why these ones which are affecting our own children in Kenya cannot be arrested? So are there human beings who are more human beings than others? Now, I think they have to do something. That is my perception. And that is what I wanted to add, that the failure of the security is now coming clearly from the side of the government, because if they were seriously involved, we were supposed to see even 5 to 6, 10 people brought to book, because cases of killing have been more than 10. So if they have done none, then it means they are not concerned and they are not ready to do it. Thank you very much.
Bionic, thanks so much, Wiki, for that. Bionic, what do you have to say to that?
Just real quick, do you guys remember during the protests, the Gen Z protests, there were some officers who were identified to be Ugandan, especially those who were carrying guns out in the open, pistols and shooting. Some of them were actually identified to be Ugandan officers, and they were identified by Ugandans online. So how do we bring those to book? Obviously, those were hired henchmen from Museveni, from Museveni to his boyfriend, the one here. So who knows? How do you bring those to book? Maybe that was something they planned so that we cannot bring those to book because they're way over there and cannot be brought to book. Or how do you tell M7, yeah, we know your officers? He'll be like, prove it. Then you show him a picture, and once you show him a picture, you have evidence, and then you disappear as well. So they probably did that by design, to have henchmen over here in Kenya shooting at our young people. That's all I gotta say about that. There's a lot of shisty stuff that was going on during the protests, Thanks.
Thank you, Bionic. Lest we forget, we have just been hearing bodies were found, nini, but lest we forget, we cannot account for some other people. Yeah. And when some of them are found, they are found lost, they have lost their lives. So I take this time to thank God. Latest happened in Isli and Mudura Market. They didn't support us, Gen Z, but in the name of business, they protect their business. Next, they call for Mandamano. Let them join Orkita or Turamba. Sisi wote, yeah, they would come for you. That is Serema anasema hivyo. Edwin Makoti anasema it's so painful losing such young souls. It is painful to even hold spaces just to talk about the loss of life of a young girl or a young man because of love, or just went out of going out to parties and all that. So yes, it is something that we cannot take lightly. And of course, as parents, we need to stop acting like it's not happening. It is. Tusikue wale watu wenye wanatana na blind eye and then jump on the trending topic. Yes, because also that is where the problem comes in. Thank you so much, Malia, of course, for being here, and Bionic, and also everybody else who was tuned in. Right now, unless you have final words, I'll be ending the show for today. We'll be back here tomorrow at 4 p.m. East African time, of course. Malia, do you have any final words za kutuambia kabla tufunge mchezo?
Yes, nataka kuambia Kenyans, the security situation in Kenya is not good at all. It's very dangerous. Crime is at an all-time high because of the bad economy. Kindly, if you can, avoid mambo za kuwa nje at night. Avoid any situation that can endanger your life, because now we can no longer say that we're having a security apparatus in this country. The police in this country, they are just busy enriching themselves and getting cuts for their OCS and OCPD. They don't care about our security at all. So the way Uhuru used to say, security starts with you. So you have to take your security very seriously, because ni kubaya hapa nje, and the police will not help you once you have been injured or maimed, or bad things have happened to you. Let's try and avoid a situation whereby we can be victims of crime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bionic, final words, unless there's also someone else in the microphone, I'll also call it a night after Bionic.
No, just thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I usually listen, but today, I was inspired to speak. So I look forward to more debates here. Thank you for the space.
All right. See you tomorrow if you can be able to make it, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a great one, kama kawaida. I will now take it a break. We'll be back here for Friday edition. Of course, on Friday we have turned them to town halls. So let's meet on tomorrow's town hall and see what is going on in our country. That has been my time. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Be safe. Of course, don't walk as Elias told us.
This is Home Run with Pipi.